Chapter 10:16. Master. Qingshan. Chu Danqing stood up helplessly. The two of them had become strangers. They were so close, yet they could not touch each other. Li Qingshan's right fingertips grew sharp claws. He smiled and revealed his fangs. The bronze wine goblet passed through the cold air and slowly moved towards the Dragon King of the Sea. Chu Danqing seemed to hear the hollow echoes of the air shattering. With every inch the wine goblet moved forward, it grew larger. How was it still a wine goblet? It was clearly a mountain forged from bronze. It whistled down from the sky, and the cloud patterns engraved on it had also turned into an overwhelming cloud layer. Dong. The Dragon King of the Sea raised his cup and the two goblets clinked. Chu Danqing's ears seemed to be struck by thunder. He was dazed for a moment. There was no bronze mountain peak and dark clouds above. The wine goblet was still the wine goblet held in Li Qingshan's hand. The wine in the goblet rippled. The Dragon King of the Sea's eyes flashed with surprise. An invisible force surged and swept away the snow in the sky. The maids and white cranes disappeared. The wind also calmed. The world was silent. Li Qingshan drank all the alcohol in the goblet in a single gulp before casually tossing the goblet backwards. It turned to dust in the air. Awesome. The Dragon King of the Sea covered his face with his long sleeves and drank slowly. Finally he put down the goblet gently. The moment it left his hand, there was a crack and a deep crack appeared on the goblet. You've become stronger. Well said. But you shouldn't have returned to Qingzhou. Is that so? I had no intention of killing you again. But maybe this is heaven's will. Wrong? Wrong? Absolutely wrong. Bullshit. First, you didn't kill me whether you admit it or not. You were tricked by me. Second, this isn't some bullshit heaven's will. It's my, Li Qingshan's, decision to settle things with you. The Dragon King of the Sea pondered. Makes sense. That's why I have to kill you once to put an end to this. Then come. Li Qingshan's red eyes widened like a ferocious tiger. He waved his hand and slashed horizontally at the neck of the Dragon King of the Sea. No. Chu Danqing still wanted to stop him, but the Dragon King of the Sea shook his sleeves. He flew out of the pavilion and took the umbrella from the man's hand. He unsheathed his 3-foot sword and blocked the tiger's bite. His movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, not tainted by fire or smoke. Chu Danqing flew in the air. There was no sound of swords clashing, but the roar of a tiger and a dragon could be heard. The roar continued to rise, reaching beyond the 9 heavens. Widening his eyes, he looked at the grass pavilion. There were no silhouettes of the two, only dragons and tigers. Not bad. The Dragon King of the Sea stared at Li Qingshan. He seemed to be surprised that he had grown so much in such a short period of time. How about this? Li Qingshan asked. He gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands and swung as hard as he could. The sword suddenly bent, unable to withstand the tremendous force, and deflected. The Dragon King of the Sea's eyes shone with blood-red light. He leaned back and the blade swept past his face, but a strand of dark hair flew into the air. Boom! A streak of blood-red light rushed out of the pavilion, destroying everything in its path like it was nothing. The frozen lake shattered and the mountains split apart, leaving behind a terrifying gash over 3,000 meters long on the ground. Li Qingshan grabbed the strand of hair and sniffed it gently. He said from the bottom of his heart, "Now this is revenge." Anger flashed through the Dragon King of the Sea's eyes. The strand of hair suddenly twisted and turned into several dozen strands of pitch-black sword qi, shooting towards Li Qingshan's face. Every single strand was like the full strength of a great sword cultivator. Suddenly unleashed at such a close distance, even a demon king would have to suffer. Spirit Turtle's profound shell, final radiance of the setting sun. A hexagonal mirror appeared before Li Qingshan, reflecting the sword qi back. It turned back into strands of hair in the air and merged with the Dragon King of the Sea's long hair. Break! Li Qingshan bellowed out and unleashed the tiger demon's fierce roar. Fierce winds surged and condensed. This move was abrupt, and it had once directly shattered the 9-headed king's head. However, the Dragon King of the Sea's figure suddenly vanished without any prior signs. Li Qingshan felt a hand press against his back, and the Dragon King of the Sea's voice rang out from behind. End it! He immediately erupted with devastating, terrifying power, but under the Dragon King of the Sea's control, it seemed to flow smoothly and soundlessly. From the outside, it was as natural as ink seeping through a piece of paper. You're still far from it. Li Qingshan stood as still as a mountain. He suddenly looked back and his scarlet eyes shone like fire. The Dragon King of the Sea felt a barrier that isolated his power. Instead, a tremor came from Li Qingshan's body and spread to his whole body through his hand. Ox Demon's tremor. Boom. The ground cracked and the cracks spread out in all directions. The grass pavilion was shattered and scattered. The Dragon King of the Sea's figure flashed into the air. He looked at his right hand and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. There was a fine scar on his pale palm and black ink flowed from it. Not only did this palm not kill Li Qingshan, but it also injured him. He had almost forgotten how many years it had been since he had such an experience. Moreover, the feeling of power coming from Li Qingshan's body was definitely different from before. However, this was not an injury to him. In fact, it was not an injury at all. He recovered with a wave of his hand. He looked down at Li Qingshan. What was his background? Li Qingshan stood on the cracked ground. The skin on his back had turned green, and there was a black handprint on it. Although he had been chased by the Dragon King of the Sea for thousands of miles, the actual battle had only lasted for a moment. To put it simply, he had been killed instantly. He did not have an accurate understanding of the Dragon King of the Sea's power. It was only at this moment that he deeply felt the power of the Dragon King of the Sea. If it was not for the ox demon forges its hide, not only would his flesh and blood be rotten, even his tiger bones would be damaged. Moreover, the Dragon King of the Sea had not even revealed his true body. The shadow of death shrouded him, but his blood boiled and became scorching hot. Compared to trash like Si Qing, this was the opponent he wanted. Even if the enemy was strong, even if he was at a disadvantage, how could he know the outcome of life and death without a battle? Demon eyes. The demonic aura around Li Qingshan's body exploded, turning into a hideous demonic armor. He waved his tiger teeth and pointed it at the sky. Come, Dragon King of the Sea, let us settle this today. Don't think about escaping. If you can't kill me today, you won't have the chance in the future. Even if you hide back in the Ink Sea, I will definitely find you. Escape. For the first time, the Dragon King of the Sea showed an expression similar to a smile, showing his arrogance. Li Qingshan held the hilt of his blade with both hands and swung it diagonally behind him. He suddenly opened his wings of wind, and the ground suddenly caved in to form a huge pit. A red light soared into the sky. He waved the blood-colored blade and attacked the sky. The Dragon King of the Sea flicked the tip of his sword and let out a series of dragon roars. He did not bother to move or dodge. He pointed his sword at Li Qingshan, and it fell from the sky like a black meteor. Chapter 10:17. Master Qingshan, don't! Chu Danqing's voice was drowned out by the deafening roar. A wave of air surged out, whistling through the clouds, and a brilliant ray of light shone down from the sky. Fierce winds followed closely behind like a typhoon, lifting up the thick layer of snow and revealing the yellow-brown ground. Chu Danqing flew up like a fallen leaf. He originally wanted to try and stop this battle, but seeing this scene he no longer had such an extravagant hope. Borrowing the wind, he flew back to the cave abode and supported the formation to resist the aftermath of the battle. His heart was filled with bitterness. Which of these two men would listen to advice? Qingshan, I can't save you anymore. Chu Danqing was extremely regretful. He should not have told the Dragon King of the Sea about the Three Absolutes book. The Dragon King of the Sea was an existence who had been famous in Qingzhou for thousands of years. No one would think that the inexperienced Li Qingshan could compete with him. Like two meteors colliding, the intense confrontation gave the illusion of stagnation. The heaven and earth were also dyed black and red. The blood-red saber aura and the black sword qi clashed continuously. One was fierce and blazing, pressing forward with indomitable will. The other was majestic and ever-changing. At the same time they collapsed and shattered inch by inch. Waves of air roared and swept out, and the hole in the clouds kept expanding. The heaven and earth turned into a stormy sea. The calm lake surface stirred up monstrous waves. Trees were uprooted and blown away by the wind like straws. The formation of the cave abode was also on the verge of collapse. Chu Danqing looked at the terrifying scene of the end of the world and felt extremely shocked. This was the scene of a battle between top experts. What was even more unbelievable was that Qingshan could actually fight against Master head-on. Li Qingshan's red hair flew in the air as he frowned. The Dragon King of the Sea was indeed powerful. His swordsmanship was the same as the swordsmanship contained in the Three Absolutes book. However, when he wielded it, it had an incomparable spirituality that a transcendent artifact could not compare to. He could master it and change it freely. The sword qi was like silk, entangling the blood-red saber aura. The violent saber aura seemed to have fallen into a net and was quickly worn down. Li Qingshan, the gap between us cannot be made up with strength alone. You're still too young. The Dragon King of the Sea looked down at Li Qingshan. Streaks of black sword chi directly passed through the saber energy and attacked Li Qingshan. They were as mysterious as the horns of an antelope, leaving streaks of black marks in the air. He easily tore apart the demonic armor. If not for the ox demon forges its hide, he was about to be tortured to death. He still has the strength to speak. Li Qingshan was astonished. He understood that his saber technique was not just a level lower than the Dragon King of the Sea swordcraft. He could only chop off a strand of his hair. It was probably because he was too careless. Even though it was said that one person could defeat 10 people with absolute strength, that was based on the premise that one's strength was sufficient. It was possible to bully someone like Si Qing, but there was no way he could subdue an existence like the Dragon King of the Sea. He wanted to use all his strength, but he felt as if he had nowhere to start. Even the all-conquering power of vibration could only cause waves of sword chi to surge. If this went on, he would definitely lose. Tiger Demon's fury break? Li Qingshan let out a tiger roar and gave up all defense. The sword chi took the opportunity to enter. Blood splattered all over his body, and his wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. But he did not seem to feel anything. In his eyes, there was only the existence of the Dragon King of the Sea. He broke through the layers of sword chi and slashed at his head. The Dragon King of the Sea was surprised for a moment, but he immediately regained his composure. He said calmly, "You used too much strength." Then he disappeared. Seeing that his saber had missed, Li Qingshan's eyes widened. The muscles in his arms tightened, and he forcefully twisted the saber's edge. It drew a crescent arc and slashed to his side. The Dragon King of the Sea's slightly stunned face was reflected by the saber light. He did not expect Li Qingshan to be able to determine the position he moved to. Was it just luck? Clang. The saber and sword clashed. Their gazes met and sparks flew. The sword trembled rapidly, nullifying the power from the blade. After thousands of clashes, they overlapped and turned into a strange, clear hum. The clouds in the sky were swept away, but the fierce wind immediately settled down. Large trees fell down, but they were suddenly reduced to dust, scattering through the air. In the Rui Commandery, the great general Wang Yu Wuyang was currently looking at a map, planning how to set up a trap to kill the soaring Locust King. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he stepped out of the door. Gazing into the distant horizon, he exclaimed in surprise, "What a powerful aftershock! Who's fighting?" He took off into the air. Countless cultivators had sensed this battle between dragons and tigers. Only great cultivators who were confident in their own strength flew over. Who knew how many years it had been since a battle at this level had occurred? The Dragon King of the Sea glanced at it from the corner of his eye and furrowed his brows slightly. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of ink flew out. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Suddenly he saw an opening. With a violent flap of his wings of wind, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and shot past the Dragon King of the Sea's side. The tip of a sword flew out as it spun. A horrific slash appeared on the Dragon King of the Sea's abdomen, basically splitting him in half. Thick ink surged in an attempt to repair it. The scarlet streak of light turned into an arc and returned with a flash. Li Qingshan pursued the Dragon King of the Sea, refusing to give the Dragon King of the Sea any time to catch his breath. However, he was also rather confused over why the Dragon King of the Sea would suddenly do something so pointless. It was no wonder he was up to something. He followed the droplet of ink that had flown out and gazed over. The residences and thatched cottages that Chu Shidao had left behind had already vanished, reduced to dust. Chu Danqing covered his ears and knelt on the ground. His face was filled with pain as blood oozed out from between his fingers. He had already been injured by the shockwaves of the battle. The droplet of ink landed on his body and turned into a black sphere, enveloping him within. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He stopped moving, his expression fluctuating. "What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? You won't be able to maintain this state for long." The Dragon King of the Sea held the broken sword in his hand. His expression was still calm, as if he hadn't been hit at all. He looked at Li Qingshan with disdain. "It's nothing." Li Qingshan casually slashed at himself, leaving behind a horrifying wound that was identical to the one on the Dragon King of the Sea. "I'll return this strike to you. Let's continue in another place." He wasn't the kind of person who was overflowing with sympathy, nor did he care about hurting a few innocent people. He wouldn't even think about fighting a fair battle with the Dragon King of the Sea. Instead, he wholeheartedly wanted to join hands with Little and to slay the dragon. However, he would never use the safety of his friends to create an opening to attack his enemy. This was where his pride lay. The Dragon King of the Sea re-examined Li Qingshan and asked, "Do you really want to kill me?" "Of course. You can't kill me here. It's the same in another place. Even if I stand still and let you slash me 100 times, 1,000 times, I won't die," the Dragon King of the Sea said. "Then stand still." Li Qingshan waved his sword and pointed at the Dragon King of the Sea. He couldn't stand this kind of pretentiousness the most. The Dragon King of the Sea ignored him. He flashed to Chu Danqing's side and patted his back lightly. Chu Danqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly became much better. He said, "Master, stop fighting. There's no grudge that can't be resolved." "Shut up," the Dragon King of the Sea said to Li Qingshan without turning his head. "Of course you won't be easily killed by me. Once you're no match for me, you'll run away. There's no point in continuing the fight." "I'll run away? Then may I ask how I can kill you, Lord Dragon King?" Li Qingshan asked mockingly. "If you're not afraid of death, come to the painting tomb. Only there will you have a chance to kill me," Floating Heaven said. Chapter 10:18. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a trap disguised by a clumsy provocation. However, the Dragon King of the Sea's expression was calm as if he was stating a simple fact. Li Qingshan actually believed his words. He might not be a real dragon, but he had the pride of a dragon. He didn't want to play such tricks, so he praised, "Wuxia immortal really drew the charm of a dragon." The Dragon King of the Sea's expression suddenly changed. Even when Mou was killed and Li Qingshan slashed him, he still had a deep indifference. However, at this moment he seemed to be really angered. He stared at Li Qingshan and said, "You deserve to die just because of this." Li Qingshan thought, as expected. "Whether I deserve to die or not doesn't depend on words. Don't worry whether it is the ink sea or the painting tomb, I will go when the time comes. However, I won't be the only one coming. Today is also your only chance to kill me. I don't care if you have hundreds or thousands of people." The Dragon King of the Sea flicked his sleeves and left. He put one hand on Chu Danqing's shoulder, and the two disappeared at the same time. Li Qingshan thought for a while and suddenly felt something. He murmured, "There are so many meddlesome people." He also restrained his aura and jumped into the ground. As soon as the front foot left, several powerful auras flew over, startling the few of them. What a powerful destructive power. The clouds in the sky were swept away, and the forest was razed to the ground. The remaining demonic chi in the world was frighteningly thick. The two parties fighting had disappeared, which made them a little disappointed. After greeting each other, they each used their divine senses to explore. It wasn't a good thing for them. Moreover, the existence of this realm. Even if the result of a battle couldn't affect the world, it was enough to affect the overall situation of a province. Yu Weiyang thought, "This demonic chi seems to be different from ordinary monster kings. One of them is the Dragon King of the Sea. Who is the other one? He actually fought with the Dragon King. Furthermore, he was not killed on the spot, so he is most likely a greater demon monarch." Although he hoped that it was the soaring Locust King who had a falling out with the Dragon King of the Sea, the possibility of this was not high. It was likely that it was a great demon king from another state, possibly one of the 72 demon kings. Deep underground. Li Qingshan looked at Tiger Fang in his hand. An eye-catching chip appeared on the bright red blade, once again reminding him of the power of the Dragon King of the Sea. Although he had grasped the flaw and broken the Dragon King of the Sea sword, he had paid a huge price. Don't think that it was just a small gap. However, it directly destroyed the entire structure of the Azura divine weapon. As a result, its might and sturdiness had decreased significantly. If he were to clash with someone as strong as the Dragon King of Ink Sea, it might even become a fatal weakness. Although it could be repaired slowly with blood. However, Li Qingshan had already made plans to switch to a different weapon. The blade was more suited for crushing the weak, not against powerful opponents. In particular, it seemed extremely powerless against an opponent without a bloodline like the Dragon King of the Sea. Just now, if he continued fighting, the blade would definitely break. With my current strength, I can take out an even more powerful Azura divine weapon from the Azura altar of armaments, but where can I find a large number of weapons to sacrifice? Li Qingshan thought about it as he sheathed his blade. In order to obtain Tiger Fang, he had already sacrificed all the weapons he had accumulated over the years. If he wanted an even more powerful weapon, he would need even more and better sacrifices. Whatever. I'll go back and find Little N first. Li Qingshan rapidly moved through the tangled underground caverns, flapping his wings and constantly accelerating. He returned to the territory of the Clear River Prefecture very soon. Suddenly, he recalled the adventures he had gone through here in the past and could not help but smile. I wonder how the Golden Cicada Spirit King's plan to ascend is going. He even said he wanted to give me a gift. I wonder if this gift can assist me in slaying a dragon. He turned around and arrived deep underground. In the old cobweb city, the carvings left behind by the night roamers had already been completely covered by crisscrossing spider silk. It had become a true spider's nest. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. The permeating demon qi contained a familiar cruelty and viciousness. It was much more powerful than before. As it seemed, she had not wasted her time. Thinking about the beautiful memories of the past, he knocked on the wall with a smile. "Little Lolth, are you there?" His voice echoed through the cavern, stirring up the trembling of the spider's silk. In the blink of an eye, the trembling sounds became one. At the center of the massive spider web, a giant cocoon wrapped in spider silk suddenly split open. 8 ghostly green eyes lit up in the darkness. North Moon. Helicoverpa Rosa emerged afterwards. Her bewitching face was filled with joy as she quickly made her way towards Li Qingshan. Her pitch-black dress trailed behind her, as if she was about to float away. Li Qingshan stepped onto the long bridge of spider silk and received her. He opened his arms and gave her a hug. "You've undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation too. Did you know? I've always been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to become my food." Helicoverpa Rosa's smile suddenly became vicious and vicious. She bit Li Qingshan's neck. She had already waited far too long for this moment. She was eager to see him wail and beg for mercy. "Does it taste good?" Li Qingshan asked. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed drastically. She realized that her sharp fangs couldn't pierce through his skin. The power coming from his arms was getting stronger. She immediately used her supernatural power to turn her skin silver. However, she was shocked to find that she couldn't stop the arms that were gradually closing in. She suddenly remembered the first sentence he said when they met. "You've undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation too." Could it be that he had become a demon king? "Stop it. We just fought with the Dragon King of the Sea and didn't gain any advantage. I'm not in a good mood. At this moment, men are prone to violence. You really have a bad memory." Dragon King of the Sea. Helicoverpa Rosa was shocked. She raised her head and stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. She had been in Qingzhou for many years and knew how terrifying the Dragon King of the Sea was. Even if she had become a demon king, she wouldn't dare to fight with the Dragon King. She was so shocked that she even forgot the pain in her body. "By the way, I seem to have told you that if you dare to attack me again, I'll kill you. I almost forgot. So you should just die." Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed and he suddenly exerted force. Helicoverpa Rosa let out a sad cry. The bones in her body made a sound of twisting. She wanted to use her new supernatural power after becoming a demon king, but under the gaze of those red eyes, she felt that she couldn't resist. She didn't dare to resist. And until this moment he still didn't release any demonic aura. She hadn't seen him for decades. What kind of monster had he become? She suddenly remembered what the Golden Cicada Spirit King said after she successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. At that time she only wanted to wash away the shame and kill and devour him. "Lolth, although you've become a demon king, if you see him again one day, don't ever attack him. Otherwise even I won't be able to save you. Remember this." Whoa. A tiger's roar was full of violence. A small figure pounced out of the giant cocoon. Where did this little demon come from? Li Qingshan casually grabbed the figure's neck. It was a little girl with demonic aura all over her body. She wore clothes woven from spider silk. Her eyes were wide open and her expression was very fierce. She struggled with all her might in his hand. He also noticed that this little girl had a faint tiger's tail on her face. Behind her was a curled tiger's tail. Her red eyes were even more familiar. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "North Moon, if you want to kill me, then kill me. But even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Helicoverpa Rosa flew backward. She tore apart countless spider silk and slammed into the rock wall. However, she felt relieved. She felt as if she had just survived a disaster. At that time, when the fetus in her belly moved, she had wanted to directly kill it. It was the Golden Cicada Spirit King who dissuaded her. He said to her, "Don't underestimate this child. Raise her well. In the future she might save your life." The little girl was startled. She had never seen such a terrifying guy before. However, she stared at Li Qingshan without showing any weakness. Li Qingshan stared at the little girl. He felt that she had the same aura as Helicoverpa Rosa. However, there was another kind of aura that was more powerful and violent. Moreover, it was very familiar. It was the aura of the tiger demon. In addition, there was a feeling that they were connected by blood. Their fates were interlinked. There was no longer any doubt in his heart. However, he still felt that it was a little unreal. This little girl is my daughter? Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just promised Han Qiongji that he wouldn't have any children outside of marriage. Then one popped out. Moreover, it was born from this annoying Helicoverpa rosa. This was simply a huge joke. That's right. She is your biological daughter. The golden cicada spirit king's voice sounded in his mind. There seemed to be a hint of a smile in it. Is this a surprise? Li Qingshan exhaled and let go of the little girl's neck. He knelt on one knee and looked her in the eye. He asked, "What's your name?" "Go to hell. You have a personality, just like me." Li Qingshan's eyes focused. He released the aura of the tiger demon and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm called Tiger Girl." The little girl felt an instinctive reverence. The man in front of her gave her a special sense of familiarity. A blank expression appeared on her face. She looked at Helicoverpa Rosa for help. "Do you know who I am?" Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. "Who are you?" The tiger girl asked in a crisp voice. "I'm your father?" Li Qingshan laughed. "I'm your mother." The tiger girl said angrily. "Motherfucker." Li Qingshan raised his hand and gently patted her head. "You still don't know anything, so I'll spare you this time." He shouted at Helicoverpa Rosa. "Explain to her clearly. Teach her some manners." Helicoverpa Rosa sneered without saying a word. Li Qingshan pointed at his feet. "Get over here immediately. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you have this talisman." Helicoverpa Rosa walked over and brought the tiger girl to the side. "Don't blame her. She's violent and easily angered. It's hard for me to resolve it with my dharma," the golden cicada spirit king said. "She only inherited the tiger demon's bloodline?" Li Qingshan slightly muttered. The several bloodlines in his body were merged into one by relying on the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Moreover, there were many conflicts between them. It was reasonable to only inherit one bloodline. However, Helicoverpa Rosa's cruelty and viciousness combined with the tiger demon's violence and fierceness made it hard for a good child to be born. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. She has her own path to walk. She's already very lucky compared to ordinary monsters. You haven't ascended yet?" Chapter 1020. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "My assistance is very impressive. The Clam King of Mirage Sea ascended as soon as she saw me, and the Banyan Tree King became a god not long ago. You found the right person to look for me." I believe so. Do you know the Soaring Locust King?" the Golden Cicada Spirit King asked. "Who in Qingzhou doesn't know? I have a deep grudge against him. When I transcend the tribulation and ascend, he will definitely come to ruin it. I need you to protect me." "You two have a grudge." Li Qingshan was very perplexed. The Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Soaring Locust King were both demon kings of the 72 paths, and they were both insects, so why would there be grievances between them? And even if there was a grudge between them, with the cautiousness of the Flying Locust King, he would not take the risk. He had humiliated the Soaring Locust King in the prefectural city of Clear River, yet the Golden Cicada Spirit King did not come in person for revenge. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was one of the peak demon kings of the 9 provinces. You might not know, but we were originally good friends. His imprisonment in the demon suppression hall of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was all my scheme. The baby-like voice of the Golden Cicada Spirit King drifted, as if he was recalling the distant past. Betrayal. Li Qingshan finally understood. No wonder the Golden Cicada Spirit King was so sure that the Soaring Locust King would come to sabotage his plan. This hatred was as deep as the mountains and as deep as the seas. If he was the Soaring Locust King and had been suppressed for thousands of years, he would not have been able to tolerate the people who betrayed him and ascended to the heavenly realm so easily. Even if he knew the dangers involved, he would not have been able to tolerate it. He would definitely have tried to stop them. Compared to that, being insulted and killing a few clones wasn't a big deal at all. That's right, I was the one who tricked him into the demon suppression hall. Afterwards, your identity was exposed and you were expelled from the monastery. Yes. Why bother? Li Qingshan frowned. If he had not been expelled by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Golden Cicada Spirit King would have been able to learn the chant of Devanaga. Perhaps he would have undergone the tribulation and ascended a long time ago. I have no other choice. The Golden Cicada Spirit King sighed, but his mind was as firm as ever. Even if he had to choose again, it would still be the same. Since that's the case, why don't you go to another place to undergo the tribulation? Aren't you friends with the Tree King? With him watching over you in the Mist Province, even the soaring Locust King can't stand you. I had no choice. Why? Because I am a Buddhist disciple. I cannot allow him to slaughter the common people. More important than jumping out of the well? Li Qingshan looked surprised. Twice he gambled on his path of cultivation. She didn't hesitate to betray her good friend just to stop him from slaughtering the humans. This was a great love that transcended race. Even human cultivators would not risk their lives to fight the Locust King for the sake of mortals. You don't have to think so highly of me. Fee ignored it. It became a demon in my heart. On the contrary, it was not conducive to transcending the tribulation and ascending. Of all things in the world, only the heart cannot escape. Since he had a merciful heart, he could only do merciful things. That's why I said I had no other choice. The Golden Cicada Spirit King's voice was calm. He did not resent the Chan monastery of Devanaga's expulsion, nor did he possess the pride of a hero. It was as if he was doing something that went without saying. Li Qingshan was in awe, not because of the compassion of the Golden Cicada Spirit King, but because he had no other choice. He had only been driven by his heart all his life, disregarding all the advantages and disadvantages, calmly accepting all fate. All right, I'll lend you a hand. Thank you, said the Golden Cicada Spirit King. I won't be leaving the Green Province anytime soon. Let me know when you ascend and I'll rush over immediately. All right, where's my gift? You'll only have it when the time comes, but since you've come, I'll give this blade to you. A streak of golden light flew out of the magma, passing through the earth. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the cold light, waving it around. It was an unsharpened blade. It did not have any unnecessary decorations, but it seemed simple and solemn, possessing a Buddhist nature. Holding it in his hand, even his mind became solemn. It was an extremely rare Buddhist treasure. This is my blade. When I first came to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, I originally wanted to secretly learn the Buddhist cultivation method and strengthen my cultivation. If I had the opportunity, I wanted to destroy the Chan monastery of Devanaga and deal a heavy blow to the human cultivation community of the Green Province. However, as my cultivation gradually deepened, I began to hesitate. My master gave this blade to me. This blade isn't used for clashing with others. Instead, it's used for calming the mind and severing worries, so it's called pettiness severing. What a good name. Li Qingshan raised the blade, and the golden light illuminated the cavern. Even without the suppression of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his demon heart became calm. From the perspective of cultivation, pettiness severing was even more valuable than Tiger's Fang. Unfortunately, it was not particularly useful to him. Since he had no regrets in his demon heart, all he could do was walk this path to the end. Compared to severing his worries, he wanted to kill powerful enemies more. Pettiness severing. Helicoverpa Rosa exclaimed in surprise. Having followed the Golden Cicada Spirit King for many years, she obviously recognized the blade. She never thought the Golden Cicada Spirit King would actually give it to Li Qingshan. Thinking back to the terrifying strength he had demonstrated just now, his thoughts of revenge gradually faded. Demons worshipped the strong. He had already proven his strength. As a result, he walked over with the Tiger Girl. The Tiger Girl looked up at Li Qingshan. Her little face was filled with reluctance, but after being glared at by Helicoverpa Rosa, she still called out crisply, "Father!" Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. This was different from having an adopted son. This was his bloodline. His blood flowed through this little girl's body, so he naturally felt a sense of affection for her. He glanced at Helicoverpa Rosa. "You've taught me well. I'll spare your life this time." "I won't attack you again," said Helicoverpa Rosa. "Whatever you want." Li Qingshan turned to the Tiger Girl and said, "Although I'm your father, I can't give you anything other than this bloodline. You have to walk your own path in the future. I don't want you to give me anything. I'm very strong myself," said the Tiger Girl. "Is that so?" "As expected of my daughter." Li Qingshan smiled slightly. With a clang, he pulled out the tiger's fang from his waist. Together with this severing vexation, he hung them in front of the Tiger Girl. Choose one. These two blades were not something she could control right now. Her temperament would definitely be greatly affected. She would not only choose the blade but also the path of her life. If she chose the severing vexation, she could inherit the Golden Cicada Spirit King's Buddhist wisdom. She would gradually restrain her temperament and no longer be violent and easily angered. But if she chose the tiger's fang, she would embark on a path of Azura. She would fight and slaughter to the end, completely activating the tiger demon's blood in her body. Before Li Qingshan finished speaking, the tiger girl pounced forward and grabbed the tiger's fang. Then she returned to her original position. Her eyes sparkled as she played with this severing vexation, lovingly like a child who had obtained her favorite toy. "Didn't you say that you don't want my things?" Li Qingshan smiled as he sheathed the blade. The scabbard personally made by the banyan tree king naturally changed shape and swallowed the severing vexation into the scabbard. The tiger girl blushed and pouted. "I didn't ask you for it. You were the one who insisted on giving it to me." Chapter 10:21. The Golden Cicada Spirit King did not say anything else. Unless it was an irreconcilable conflict with the Flying Locust King, he did not want to interfere with other people's hearts. Li Qingshan asked the tigress girl, "Do you like it?" The tigress girl nodded her head forcefully. Her eyes never left the tiger's fang. Although she had not refined the tiger's fang, she was already affected by the blade. Her killing intent surged and she wanted to kill something. This blade is called the tiger's fang. It's your destiny. However, you are still far from being able to control it. Don't force yourself to use it or you will die. It's the same for your own strength. Li Qingshan pressed the tigress girl's shoulder and said seriously. If he had not stabbed himself during the battle with the Dragon King of the Sea and allowed the tiger's fang to drink enough blood, she would have been swallowed by the tiger's fang in the blink of an eye and become a sacrifice for the Azura deity weapon. The tigress girl could not help but put down her tiger's fang. She looked at the man called Father in front of her and met his crimson eyes. Suddenly she felt an indescribable feeling, and suppressed the violence in her heart. Feel it? Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and a tsunami of killing intent burst out of his body. Tiger stripes crawled on his face, forming a king character on his forehead. His crimson hair flew like fire, and a ferocious tiger demon appeared behind him. He had already used his innate magical ability, Tiger Demon's Fury. Helicoverpa Rosa retreated almost instinctively, and looked at Li Qingshan in shock. This was his true strength. Just the aura he emitted made her feel like she could not resist him. The tigress girl felt it even more deeply, as if she was swallowed by the crimson tiger. She could not see or hear, only the deepest darkness. If she did not also have the tiger demon's bloodline, her will would have been completely crushed. "This is the first thing I'll teach you, fear." Li Qingshan's voice came from the deep darkness. "I am not afraid of anything." The tigress girl's thoughts were even intermittent. "Only the dead have nothing to fear. Try to be friends with him." Li Qingshan reprimanded, but in his heart, he was somewhat impressed. As expected of the tiger demon's bloodline. "Yes. Look into my eyes." Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, and they were like a bright red star in the endless darkness. The tiger girl couldn't help but look over, and her mind seemed to be sucked into his eyes. However, she discovered that his eyes, which were filled with crazed killing intent, were still as clear as before. It was as if the center of the typhoon was calm. "This is the second thing I'll teach you. I can't describe this state either. It's not simple self-control, but don't be controlled by the killing intent. Remember this feeling." Li Qingshan retracted his innate ability. In an instant, the tiger girl was sweating profusely. He had no strength left in his body and could only support his body by holding onto his canine teeth. Finally, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Even if it's your parents, walk your own path. This is the third thing I'll teach you. Li Qingshan laughed, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. The tigress girl fell forward. Before she hit the ground, Helicoverpa Rosa picked her up and said coldly, "Useless." The tigress girl revealed a look of shame. She lowered her head and pursed her lips without saying a word. "I hate this kind of expression of yours the most. It's as hateful as your father." Scram. Helicoverpa Rosa threw her far away as if she was throwing away a piece of trash. "Mother?" The tigress girl landed lightly and looked at Helicoverpa Rosa in surprise. "Don't come back here for a year. If I find you within 1,000 miles, I'll press you into the magma." Helicoverpa Rosa's face was filled with cruelty. "I'm never coming back." The tigress girl's eyes reddened. She roared loudly and turned around to leave with her saber. Her tiger tail swayed behind her as she ran over 100 miles in one breath, smashing countless stalagmites. Tears rolled down from her eyes and she wanted to cry. Although she inherited the blood of the tiger demon, she was still a child without the spiritual inheritance. At this time, Helicoverpa-Rosa's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Don't leave the territory. None of your business. The tigress girl continued forward. You can accompany her and leave. The golden cicada spirit king said to Helicoverpa-Rosa. This place would soon become a battlefield. The confrontation between the three demon kings was accompanied by the fourth heavenly tribulation. Even Helicoverpa-Rosa, who had just become a demon king, was in danger of dying. Lord Golden Cicada, if it wasn't for your care all these years, I don't know when I could become a demon king. Perhaps I would have already died in the hands of that bastard North Moon. No matter what, I'll send you on your last journey. But if there's a fatal danger, I'll escape. Last journey? That's really inauspicious. The Golden Cicada Spirit King smiled. Who asked me to be so vicious? Didn't you already understand the heart of kindness? Helicoverpa-Rosa sensed the tigress girl's aura until she left her range of perception. Suddenly she felt a sense of loss. From spider to demon king, for the first time in her life she felt concerned. Li Qingshan returned to the Qingshao dwelling. Little An was still refining the skull prayer beads. It did not seem like he could finish them in a short amount of time. He told Li Qingshan about his battle with the Dragon King of the Sea. Looks like I guessed correctly. He's also a painting of the 5 Absolutes Immortal. The painting should be in the painting tomb, so if I want to kill him completely, I have to go to the painting tomb. Little An propped up his chin with one hand and thought as he powered the Samadhi flames of white bone. When I mentioned the 5 Absolutes Immortal, he flew into a rage. Li Qingshan snickered. This is probably the Dragon King of the Sea's inner demon. The Clam King of Mirage Sea is afraid that everything is a dream, but he really does come from an illusion. As a matter of fact, even his own will and personality were created by someone else. How can someone as proud as him endure this? I see. You're right, but to me all I need to do is look forward. Why do I need to care about where I come from? A painting of the 5 Absolutes Immortal is much more noble than the cowherd of Crouching Ox Village. Li Qingshan was open-minded about everything. He did not understand just what these intelligent and powerful demon kings were conflicted about. The more intelligent and wise you are, the easier it is for you to become trapped. Little An felt rather emotional. If it were not for the fact that she had decided to follow Li Qingshan's path, she would either be obsessed with the path of white bone and great beauty, or she would be trapped between Buddhism and the demonic. You're saying I'm simple-minded, but I'm all brawn. Li Qingshan smiled. I didn't say that. Little An stuck out her tongue. When you clashed with him, how did you feel about his strength? He's stronger than me, but a battle of life and death will only be decided in the final moment. However, if I charge into the Ink Sea right now, I'll definitely lose. I might even die there. Try not to go to the painting tomb. Try to kill him in the Green Province. Little An said calmly. The painting tomb was a completely unknown domain. No one knew just how much strength the Dragon King of the Sea could display. He might even be stronger than he was in the Ink Sea, and once he was defeated, there would be nowhere for him to run. I obviously won't be led around by the nose by him, but I really want to fight him alone and fight to the death. Li Qingshan sighed. Although they had only clashed for a short while, the Dragon King of the Sea was the best opponent he had ever encountered in his life. It was said that beauties were hard to find, and confidants were hard to find. A good opponent was no different. Little An said, there's still a chance. Perhaps I should use the Soaring Locust King as practice first. Li Qingshan mentioned the Golden Cicada Spirit King's request for help, and the two of them discussed it further. When he mentioned Helicoverpa-Rosa and the Tiger Girl, the little phoenix's eyes suddenly lit up. First Father, are you saying I have a younger sister? It might be an older sister as well, Piao Tianxue said. Chapter 1022. No, I must be big brother. Little Phoenix insisted. Fine, suit yourself. Li Qingshan turned his head and continued to talk to Little An. Dad, I want to go find her. Little Phoenix grabbed Li Qingshan's arm. Why are you looking for her? Do you need a reason? We are siblings. I think you are just tired of staying here. Li Qingshan laughed. Staying here is like being in prison. There is no meaning at all. I could have fought some skeletons, but now I can only sit here. It is better to go out and gain experience. Otherwise there is no point in coming to Qingzhou. I beg you, Dad, let me go. Little Phoenix begged. I promised your second father to take care of you. If you are killed and eaten, I will not be able to explain. Then I deserve it. If I don't dare to go out with such power, can I still be called a man? Dad, when you were outside you were not as good as me. Little Phoenix clenched his fist and said in high spirits. You are not a man. Li Qingshan said disapprovingly, using his fist to support his cheek. Little Phoenix suffered a great blow. Let him go. Little An said. All right. After a moment of consideration, Li Qingshan agreed. Staying here was no longer beneficial to the little Phoenix's cultivation, so going out to train was not bad either. As for the issue of safety, he was actually not worried. The little Phoenix was rather childish, but he possessed the legacy of the Phoenix, so he was smarter than regular people. As long as he did not provoke an opponent on the level of the Dragon King of Ink Sea, he could escape even if he could not defeat them. Little Phoenix cheered. He rushed out of the cave and turned into a ray of light, disappearing among the mountains. If he can survive 3 heavenly tribulations, he will be a good help. Little An handed a handful of phoenix feathers to Li Qingshan. During this time she had been looking for all kinds of reasons to pluck them. I can't count on that. I'd better get my Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to the 5th stage as soon as possible. Li Qingshan pulled out the trouble severing from his waist and handed it to Little An. Is this useful to you? If it's useless, I'll keep it as a sacrifice. Cut the vexation. Little An's eyes flashed. You recognize this saber? Li Qingshan asked. The Buddhist commandment blade was once a legacy item of the past abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. It's one of the greatest Buddhist treasures in the world, even regarded as the greatest treasure of Buddhism. Later, it fell into the hands of the Golden Cicada Spirit King. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has always wanted to retrieve it, but they couldn't find it. Even if we find him, we can't do anything to him. Though, in other words, the Golden Cicada Spirit King almost became the abbot of the monastery. Yeah, the Chan monastery of Devanaga has put up a public bounty. If anyone can recover this saber. It didn't matter if they were Buddhist disciples or not. Apart from the chant of Devanaga, you can exchange it for any of the 3 items, regardless of whether it's a magic treasure, a cultivation technique, or a panacea. So precious. Is it useful to you? Originally, Li Qingshan did not pay too much attention to the blade. He only wanted to use this opportunity to settle things with the soaring Locust King. He never thought the Cut the Vexation blade would have such great origins. Regular Buddhist treasures are useless to me, but this Cut the Vexation blade is extraordinary. It can assist me in balancing the Buddhist and demonic powers. It'll bring great benefit to my cultivation. Little An gently stroked the unsharpened blade. Faint Buddhist light seeped out from the tip of her finger, gradually enveloping the entire blade and slowly seeping in. She began refining it. She possessed the cultivation of a monk king, and the Golden Cicada Spirit King had already erased her imprint. Before long she had successfully refined it. The Buddhist light on the Cut the Vexation blade receded, returning to its simple and plain appearance. Suddenly she focused and calmed down. The Buddhist light in her eyes flickered and she swung the blade at Li Qingshan. The Buddhist light turned into a sharp blade with tremendous might, as if she wanted to cut Li Qingshan in half. Li Qingshan did not dodge, allowing the blade to land on top of his head. His mind buzzed as if something had split open. A ray of light shone into the darkness, and his mind became clear. He touched his forehead. There was not even a mark on it. He was confused. What's going on? Rumor has it that this blade can cut through 3,000 worries. How's the effect? Little An asked with a smile. Li Qingshan was surprised to find that his demonic heart had become much clearer. He had devoured the demonic hearts of other demon kings and forcefully ascended to Demon King. Although he had gone through some screening, it was inevitable that the demonic nature of other demon kings would be mixed in. This was harder to remove than the impurities of demonic power. He did not expect a single slash to have such a miraculous effect. Good blade. But it's a Buddhist treasure, but it can actually help demonic cultivators. How strange. This blade is known as only cuts through worries, not people. The key is not good or evil but the heart. In other words, a demonic heart is no different from a relic. Little An placed the Cut the Vexation blade on his knees. He had a hint of understanding. I see. Li Qingshan nodded. His demonic heart had merged with his battle-hungry, bloodthirsty demonic nature. This could be regarded as a part of his heart as well. However, all sentient beings possessed a hint of benevolence and benevolence in their hearts. He wondered whether the demon folk who created the demon suppression statuary had been struck by this blade, which allowed him to understand his heart. No wonder the Chan monastery of Devanaga has offered such a great reward. The Vexation blade is basically a god artifact for cultivation, and it can be used on others. It can increase the overall cultivation of an entire sect. If you bring the Vexation blade back to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, I wonder if the dauntless monk will immediately give up the position of abbot to you. It's possible. Littleland smiled and thought about it. Perhaps the golden cicada spirit king wants to use me to return the vexation blade to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I'm just joking. If I return it now, I'll definitely be suspected by those monks. Give me a few more slashes. Li Qingshan pointed at his head. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen days had passed. The door to the dwelling opened. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dwelling, and Yu Bing was waiting outside. He handed over the great general king's invitation card politely, asking Li Qingshan to leave the mountain and deal with the soaring locust king. Li Qingshan glanced at the invitation card and asked, "Has Qiongji emerged from secluded cultivation?" "Not yet. Please have the great general king wait for a few more days. I'll pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga and then go to the Han estate for the appointment." With that, Li Qingshan took off. All Yu Bing could do was smile bitterly. The current Li Qingshan obviously had the right to make the great general king wait. Li Qingshan flew through the air. Over the past few days he had refined the phoenix feathers. Although he had strengthened the phoenix bloodline, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had been suppressed by the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so he had not made much progress. All he could do was slowly balance fire and water before breaking through. Instead, his demon heart had become even purer and more thorough under the wondrous power of the vexation blade, stabilizing his foundation. He was going to the Chan monastery of Devanaga this time to learn the 9th layer of the demon suppression statuary. Even though it was nowhere close to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, he believed that once he completely practiced this cultivation method, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. At dusk, a great Buddha stood among the mountains under the illumination of the resplendent light. He had arrived at the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Drifting Astronomy. Chapter 1023. Even if they were not disciples of Buddhism, they would still be shocked by the boundless Buddhist Dharma when they saw this. Li Qingshan had been like that in the past. However, right now he thought inside, if I transform into a demonic god, I'll still be much weaker than Great Buddha Mountain. Who is it? Flying is forbidden in the skies above the Chan monastery of Devanaga. A bellow rang out from the monastery. I almost forgot about this rule. Li Qingshan descended from above and arrived before the great entrance. He called out, "Secular disciple Li Qingshan." His voice rumbled through Great Buddha Mountain. Behind Great Buddha Mountain, in front of the demon suppression hall. "What, is he still unwilling to come out?" the dauntless monk asked with a frown. The unraging monk shook his head. His chubby face that had always been full of smiles was now filled with worry. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation had been sealed up, he would have died from chi deviation already. But if this continues, that's not surprising. Even you and I struggle to let go of something like this so easily. If we had the worry-severing blade, we might have been able to save him. The dauntless monk sighed heavily. His inner demons have already run deep. Even if we have the worry-severing blade, we probably won't be able to sever all of his worries, said the unraging monk. I wonder where the golden cicada spirit king is right now. The 2 monk kings conversed when they suddenly looked back. Afterwards, Li Qingshan's voice boomed out. Li Qingshan. The dauntless monk frowned slightly. He did not have a good impression of Li Qingshan. He asked the unraging monk, has he really undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation? You'll know with a single look. The unraging monk smiled and bellowed, damned disciple, why don't you hurry up and piss off to the back of the mountain? I'm coming. Li Qingshan smiled and strode forward. The monks only heard his voice. Before they could even make out his figure, he had already stepped through the entrance, passing through the pavilions and buildings and arriving at the back of the mountain. The wind whistled along the way, ruffling countless monk robes. Dauntless abbot, long time no see. Li Qingshan arrived in front of the demon suppression hall and suddenly stopped, clasping his hands with a smile. The dauntless monk shivered inside. Just his movements and stillness demonstrated his cultivation. He stared at Li Qingshan silently. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence either. The demon king's presence he gave off made the dauntless monk frown even deeper. If it were not for the fact that he knew about the demon suppression statuary, he probably would have taken action already to purge the demon. Your cultivation has improved again, the unraging monk said in surprise. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet Li Qingshan's aura had become purer and purer. He had actually completely consolidated his cultivation at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. This disciple of his had brought him far too many surprises. Time waits for no man. Of course, I have to advance bravely. Master, quickly open the demon suppression hall. I want to go to the 9th floor. Li Qingshan said straightforwardly. Go. The unraging monk cut right to the chase. With a wave of his robes, the door to the demon suppression hall opened. It was pitch black and unfathomable. Li Qingshan threw himself in without the slightest hesitation. Senior brother? The unraging monk looked at the dauntless monk beside him. Such cultivation speed truly is unbelievable. Do you know the reason behind this? The dauntless monk unfurled his fist from under his sleeve. A great cultivator at the 3rd heavenly tribulation under his wing should have been something worthy of celebration, but it made him feel slightly uneasy. Immediately, demon chi surged into his face like a thick mist that refused to disperse, surging in the surroundings. Li Qingshan seemed to return to the demon cavern in the south. He came to a realization: there really is a demon cavern below the demon suppression hall, and it's much larger than any demon cavern I've seen in the south. If I let demon chi surge into the air, it'll be enough to affect an area of 500 kilometers. Li Qingshan expanded his soul sense and searched for the location of the 9th demon suppression statue. He discovered that the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall was even vaster than the previous 8 floors combined. Apart from demon chi there was nothing else. Let alone glorious walls, there was not even a single pillar. It was like he had arrived in a different world. Found it. Li Qingshan found the 9th demon suppression statue very soon. He parted the demon chi and made his way over. Suddenly, a weak light lit up before him, illuminating a withered figure who sat in front of the demon suppression statue without moving at all. Li Qingshan walked over and discovered that the withered figure was a monk. His aura was extremely weak and his skin was pale and shriveled. He basically held up his tattered monk's robes with his skeleton. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face that was no different from a skeleton's was filled with pain. He held a broken lamp in his withered hand, which gave off a weak glow and protected the monk from the demon chi's corrosion. However, in the surging demon chi the light could be extinguished at any time. The more Li Qingshan looked at the lamp, the more familiar it seemed. He finally remembered where he had seen it before. He said in surprise, "One lamp monk?" Chapter 1024. What's wrong with you? Li Qingshan was surprised. Back then he had saved the one lamp monk's life from the soaring locust king. Back then the one lamp monk had even been extremely grateful to him, so why had he become like this now? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The one lamp monk grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist firmly. What did I do wrong? Li Qingshan was even more confused. What? Why did you save me? The one lamp monk glared at Li Qingshan like he was looking at an irreconcilable enemy instead of a savior. You must be out of your mind. Li Qingshan shook off his hand and looked at the demon suppression statue. If you didn't save me, the soaring locust king wouldn't have been able to escape, and so many people wouldn't have died. The one lamp monk murmured to himself. Oi, don't push your responsibility away. You were the one who was bewitched by the soaring locust king. You have to go to the 9th floor. Li Qingshan turned around and pointed at his nose. The one lamp monk shuddered and slammed his head against the ground, producing a thump. Yes, it's all my fault. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Before long, his face was covered in blood mixed with tears. He was miserable and pitiful. Ever since the locust plague broke out, the one lamp monk had been under tremendous mental pressure. He spent every day in pain and regret. Although no one said it was his responsibility, the soaring locust king's escape clearly had something to do with him. In the very beginning he even went everywhere to eradicate the locust plague, until a year ago, 500 kilometers away from the Chan monastery of Devanaga, a gale whistled through a city of earth. Miserable cries rose and fell as a dense cloud of insects danced through the air. A cluster of flames surged into the air, incinerating the swarm of locusts before withdrawing into an oil lamp. The flame of the lamp was extraordinarily bright, burning extremely unsteadily. The one lamp monk's brows were tightly furrowed. His ugly face was filled with exhaustion, and his footsteps were extraordinarily heavy. In order to eradicate the locust plague, he basically did not sleep or rest at all. He completely relied on pills and spiritual stones to sustain himself, but even with that, he was still unable to stop the spread of the locust plague. All he could do was watch as the locusts devoured city after city. The sun was scorching hot. He pursed his dry lips and shouted, "Flying locust king, get out here. Lamp is here. Reverending, we meet again." At the corner of the street, a yellow-skinned, well-built man appeared. His body exuded a thick demonic chi. It was a flying locust demon general. His face was filled with a warm smile as if he had met an old friend. He even handed over the food in his hand. Do you want some? It was a severed arm with a string of prayer beads on the wrist. Monk Eating recognized the string of prayer beads at first glance. He glared angrily and said, "Shitty Ida. You know him? This bald donkey doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he talk in front of me? Does he think he's Reverend Edom? Give me your life. Buddha's light of salvation." One lamp flew into a rage. Dazzling platinum light burst out of his body. Half of the city was swallowed by the light, and even the sunlight was dimmed. The dust dispersed and a black circle appeared on the ground. All the structures there had been destroyed. The flying locust demon commander stood at the edge of the circle. "Reverend Edom, you sure are fucking bright. I also have something very bright here. I'll give it to you." A head was tossed out, rolling to the one lamp monk's feet. To no surprise, it was the head of junior brother Ida. He had died with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with pain and fear. Spear of great radiance. The one lamp monk lunged at the flying locust demon commander furiously. Streaks of platinum light shot out. The flying locust demon commander flew backwards, avoiding the streaks of light with composure as he let out a wild and delighted laugh. "Come on, come kill me. Don't you hate the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? I'm a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Send your original body over." The one lamp monk bellowed hysterically. "Kill you? Why would I kill you? You're my great savior. I can't even thank you enough. It's all thanks to you that I can eat so many delicious things," the flying locust demon commander said from behind the one lamp monk with a flash. The one lamp monk suddenly swung his arm backwards, and the oil lamp sprayed with flames. The flying locust demon commander had already taken to the horizon. "Come down and fight me to the death." The one lamp monk roared into the sky. "I know you want to die very much, so I'll never kill you. I'll keep you alive as a witness how I eat billions of humans, eat every single one of your seniors and juniors." Ah! In the burning city, the one lamp monk knelt on the ground, hugging the head of junior brother Ida, and sobbing aloud. 3 days later he returned to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and invited himself into the demon suppression hall to receive his punishment, which lasted until today. When Li Qingshan saw such a grown man hugging his head and sobbing, he found it rather difficult to bear. "Do you have to be like this? It's not like you did it on purpose. Moreover, I didn't do it to save you back then. I just couldn't stand it. If he hadn't let go of his own accord, you would have been torn in half. I never thought he'd escape. How unexpected." Outside the demon suppression hall, the dauntless monk's face darkened. Originally he was still thankful to Li Qingshan for saving the one lamp monk, but he never thought he would not save him at all. Instead he made up his mind to kill. "How could you be so relaxed?" the one lamp monk questioned. "It's not like I did anything wrong." Li Qingshan shrugged. "Do you know how many lives in the Green Province have been plunged into misery and suffering to the mouths of insects?" the one lamp monk said excitedly. "It's not like I killed those people. No matter how many times I say it, so what if it's my fault? If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong," Li Qingshan said. The one lamp monk fell silent for quite a while. "You're not a Buddhist disciple at all. You don't have any compassion at all. You don't know anything." "Bullshit." Li Qingshan was immediately angered. What he hated the most was when other people arrogantly told him that they didn't know anything. Even a demon king like the Banyan Tree King, who knew everything, had never said something like that to him. He grabbed the one lamp monk's clothes and pulled him in front of him. Demonic light flickered in his eyes. "You really are trash." Anger flashed through the one lamp monk's eyes. As a genius disciple with the greatest chance of undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, no one had ever called him trash before. "You really are wrong. But do you know where you're wrong? You're too weak." "I'm too weak?" The one lamp monk was stunned. No one had ever said that to him before. "If you weren't so weak, you wouldn't have been tricked into coming to the 9th floor by the Soaring Locust King. You would have been able to find the Soaring Locust King and kill him." Li Qingshan was very skilled at finding simple answers to complicated questions. Although the answer was not necessarily correct, it would definitely be very practical. The one lamp monk was stunned. "Do you know why a demon folk like him can place the statue here?" Li Qingshan grabbed the one lamp monk's head and pressed his face against the demon suppression statue. "Lay down the butcher's cleaver and attain instant enlightenment," the one lamp monk said almost instinctively. After a year of meditation, he had gained some understanding of the demon suppression statuary. "You're completely wrong. It's because he's powerful enough. What do you mean by, lay down the butcher's cleaver and attain instant enlightenment? You're still powerful enough. How can trash lay down the butcher's cleaver? Don't hate the soaring locust king. If you want to hate someone, hate yourself for being too weak. Chapter 1025. What nonsense, the dauntless monk said furiously. No Buddhist disciple would promote the law of the jungle. Otherwise, why would there be 10,000 Buddhist scriptures? Only a demonic cultivator would pursue power at all costs. Senior brother, look. The unraging monk pointed out and projected the image of the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. The one-lamp monk collapsed on the ground, his expression constantly changing. The oil lamp beside him flickered and lit up instead. His mind is in a mess. He's actually listening to nonsense like that. The dauntless monk frowned. Even if it's nonsense, it still has its uses. You can call this fighting poison with poison. The unraging monk smiled. The one-lamp monk's mind surged. No one had ever said something like that to him. He had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Although there was intense competition here, it definitely did not follow the cruel law of the strong preying on the weak. Even entering the demon suppression hall for trials was a matter of course to purge demons and protect the righteous path. Even if he unfortunately died in battle, he would be sacrificing himself for the righteous path and returning to paradise. It was precisely because of his lifelong pursuit of benevolence and salvation that he discovered that his actions had led to such terrifying consequences that he found it increasingly unbearable. Even the dauntless monk who tried to convince him to pull himself together naturally believed he had a great responsibility, so no one could persuade him otherwise. He was unable to forgive himself either. However, Li Qingshan gave him another answer, which made him feel that he was no longer unforgivable. He looked at his withered hands and muttered to himself, "So I'm too weak? That's why I can't make any decisions. That's why the Locust King didn't even bother to kill me. If I was as strong as Abbot Dauntless, I wouldn't have been used by him. Otherwise we wouldn't have fallen into such a state, and we wouldn't have caused so many deaths." All of a sudden he yearned to become stronger. He who was almost crushed by guilt, seemed to have found a way out in the endless darkness. The regret of the past could only torture his mind. No matter how much he punished himself, he could not change the past. However, the desire to become stronger injected a new motivation in his heart. It was the power to move forward. The light suddenly lit up, dispersing the surrounding devil chi. He saved me again. Monk Yiding glanced at Li Qingshan's back. He closed his eyes and circulated the great light scripture. His surroundings shone brightly, shattering the restrictions the unraging monk had left behind. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to raise his cultivation and undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Gradually, his shriveled body began to fill up again. Color returned to his skin. However, his appearance was extremely ugly. His nose drooped down, his lips turned upwards, and his ears were protruding. He was not much better looking than a skeletal face. But that righteous aura was enough to make people ignore his appearance. Li Qingshan glanced at him from the corner of his eye and could not help but smile. He was not saying this to the one-lamp monk because he had nothing better to do. He could still remember how the one-lamp monk had tried his best to persuade him not to go to the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall the first time they met. He had no ulterior motives at all, considering his safety. He clearly possessed startling strength, but he did not possess the arrogance of the first senior brothers he had seen in his life. Afterwards they fought their way to the 8th floor together. The one-lamp monk had assisted him too. He had personally slain 5 or 6 demon commanders and demon folk, and there were countless demon generals and demon folk. He had left behind quite a good impression. He was reluctant to see him die in regret. The pain on the one-lamp monk's face subsided, replaced by solemnity. His ragged monk's robes burned up in the light, turning to ash and revealing his sturdy body. A halo appeared behind his head. He had been the strongest disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga several decades ago. He had undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation in his 40s, possessing supreme talent that allowed him to look down on his peers. He was renowned throughout the entire Green Province. He was even believed to be the next abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Only when little and came to the Chan monastery of Devanaga did he lose out. During the several decades that Li Qingshan had spent in the Mist Province, he had not slacked off for a single day. His cultivation advanced further and further, and with the great support of a large sect like the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the 3rd heavenly tribulation was definitely not out of reach. He had an even greater chance of breaking through compared to the various head monks. If it were not for his inner demons, he might have already entered secluded cultivation and prepared to undergo the tribulation. The soaring Locust King did not kill him just to torture him. Instead, it was very difficult to kill him if he did not personally take action. He could end up losing his demon commander clone with the slightest carelessness. If his true body took action, the 4 guardian kings of the Chan monastery of Devanaga would not be joking around. It was not worth the risk at all, which was why they constantly provoked him verbally, making him suffer from chi deviation. To him, this could be a form of training. Outside the demon suppression hall, the dauntless monk was delighted. The entire Chan monastery of Devanaga had high hopes for One Lamp. Even after the appearance of One Will, the dauntless monk still believed he was more suited to succeed as abbot. The fact that he could overcome his inner demons and pull himself together was truly worthy of celebration. He immediately found Li Qingshan to be much more pleasing to the eye. "Senior brother, this disciple of mine has made the right choice, right?" The unraging monk smiled. The dauntless monk nodded. He could not help but admit to this. He thought to himself, Li Qingshan is a secular disciple and doesn't have much loyalty to the monastery, but he still shows some respect to junior brother Unraging. They can be regarded as part of the same lineage. The chances of One Lamp undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation are extremely high, while who knows what level One Will's cultivation has reached, but she shouldn't be far from the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has a successor. Then he said, since he refuses to become a monk, the Chan monastery of Devanaga can't force him either. However, since he's your disciple, feel free to ask if you need any support. Don't make people feel like the Chan monastery of Devanaga is stingy. Yes, senior brother abbot. The unraging monk smiled. He knew the dauntless monk had basically recognized Li Qingshan, and the dauntless monk's recognition was the monastery's recognition. They would provide Li Qingshan with enough support to mend their icy relationship. Even if they could not reach the level of loyalty, they would be on good terms at the very least. This recognition was not only because of Li Qingshan's assistance to the One Lamp monk. That was just an expression of their attitude. What mattered was his actual strength. Even to large sects, great cultivators were extremely rare. They could increase the sect's strength qualitatively. Unless they had no other choice, no one would push them away. This instead proved Li Qingshan's wild theory. The difference between the strong and the weak was indeed worlds apart. Let's see how they cultivate, the dauntless monk said in anticipation. All right. The unraging monk still had another worry. Qingshan, oh Qingshan, you better not actually become a demon king or I won't be able to cover for you. Li Qingshan stared at the 9th demon suppression statue, only to discover that it was different from the previous 8. Not only was it several times larger, but the material it was made of was very different too, making it seem even more solemn. It sat there with its legs crossed, its expression peaceful and tranquil like an old monk in meditation. He observed it for a while, but he did not immediately obtain the legacy of the demon suppression statuary. As a result, he extended his hand and pressed down on the statue, powering the demon heart and sinking his mind into his sea of consciousness. With a boom, the demon suppression statue sprung to life, standing in his sea of consciousness like a mountain and beginning to dance about. The first form, initial repentance of the demon heart. The second form, unshakable demonic nature. The movements were extremely connected, increasing in level until it achieved enlightenment in the end, stopping all of its movements and sitting in the sea of consciousness with its legs crossed. Its messy hair fell down and it converted to the Buddha, becoming a monk. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, the 9th demon suppression statue did not just contain the 9th layer of the demon suppression statuary, but also the general principles of the demon suppression statuary. Only here did it demonstrate many of its wonders. He was elated. If he could master it, his cultivation as a human would definitely undergo a qualitative change. He began to comprehend it with all his attention, but gradually he began to frown. Qingshan, if you've taken a wrong path, there's still a chance for you to correct it here. The unraging monk thought to himself. Originally, there was only a single demon suppression statue in the demon suppression hall. The 8 statues on top were all replicas of this statue. Their objective was to analyze this overly profound cultivation method and make it easier for people to understand, but in the end, it was all for the sake of the final demon suppression statue. It was like rivers returning to the sea. However, Li Qingshan had not taken a wrong path at all. Instead, he had been going in the opposite direction from the very beginning, allowing him to cultivate to his current level. It was basically a miracle. When he tried to comprehend the 9th layer of the demon suppression statuary, he discovered this contradiction had already become so great that it could not be reconciled. Let alone mastering the entire cultivation method, even the 9th layer was difficult to practice. When his demon chi circulated to this extent, it immediately dispersed. He tried to sit in the lotus position like the demon suppression statue, but he discovered it was very awkward. He had never thought about becoming a monk in the first place, yet this demon folk who had realized his error ended up becoming a monk in the end. The increase in cultivation could be overcome through brute force, but the practice of cultivation methods still required comprehension at the end of the day. Don't tell me I really have to switch cultivation methods. Chapter 1026. Changing cultivation methods was not that simple. Since he had already condensed the Demon King's heart, he had to continue down this path, or all his previous efforts would go to waste. However, this was not the demon domain, so where was he supposed to find a demonic cultivation method that was on par with the demon suppression statuary? And even if he did find one, it would probably clash greatly with the demon suppression statuary, causing his cultivation to regress. For a moment, Li Qingshan could not think of a way. He could only stare at the demon suppression statuary and continue his attempts at comprehension. However, he failed time and time again and he made no progress at all. On the other hand, the one-lamp monk behind him grew brighter and brighter after breaking through the demonic barrier, dispelling the heavy demonic qi. Time passed bit by bit. Li Qingshan had lost count of how many times he had failed, but not only did he not give up, his tenacity was roused instead, and he continued to try. This was not blind persistence. There had always been a question in his heart. If I was wrong from the very beginning, then why was I able to successfully cultivate the first 8 levels of the demon suppression statuary without any signs of qi deviation? This doesn't make sense at all. He had never heard of a cultivation method that could be successfully cultivated to such a high level despite having a completely wrong understanding of it. He had a vague feeling that the demon suppression statuary was not as simple as it seemed. However, after several thousand attempts he finally confirmed one thing. The 9th layer of the demon suppression statuary was completely at odds with the first 8 layers he had cultivated. There was no possibility of connecting them. Even the general principles were completely different. However, these attempts were not in vain. During the process of cultivation he discovered something strange. Whenever he did not cultivate according to the method of inheritance of the 9th demon suppression statuary, he would instead find it much smoother. He said in thought, cultivating Taoist cultivation methods will condense a golden core or nascent soul. Cultivating a Buddhist cultivation technique would condense a Sarira golden body. What kind of cultivation method will condense a demonic heart? The answer was already obvious. The demon suppression statuary was a demonic cultivation method in the first place, not a Buddhist cultivation method. This was all thanks to the revelation from Little Anne. The path of white bone and great beauty was not created out of thin air. Instead, the white bone bodhisattva had turned from Buddhism to the demonic based on her lifetime of Buddhist cultivation. No matter how evil she seemed, what she condensed was still a white bone relic. The demon suppression statuary, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. It was about entering Buddhism from the devil. It was very likely that there was another version or even the original version, which was why he was able to successfully cultivate the first 8 layers. Only at the final step of entering Buddhism did problems arise. Therefore, there was no need for him to seek out other demonic arts. He only needed to deduce the original version of the demon suppression statuary. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and severed his connection with the demon suppression statue. He completely tossed aside the demon suppression statuary, be it the general principles or the 9 levels of the cultivation technique. Demon eyes. The billowing demonic aura transformed into demonic armor that covered Li Qingshan's body. Its appearance was different from before, but he didn't care. When he fought against the Dragon King of the Sea, this demonic armor was as fragile as paper. It was easily shattered by the sword qi. It could only be used to bully opponents like Si Qing. Demon suppression. Swish. Black chains whistled out, wrapping around him firmly. They collided with the demonic armor and kicked up countless sparks. Boom. The demon suppression tower descended from above, suppressing him beneath it. It was even larger than ever before. This was the state of perfection he had attained after practicing the demon suppression statuary so far. His eyes sank like a deep, rippleless ocean. He circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression at full strength, deriving the 8 layers of the cultivation method he had comprehended layer by layer. Although the 5th layer of the spirit turtle was still nowhere close to the Banyan Tree King's super biological computer, its ability to deduce and calculate was extremely great. If it were a regular formation, it could deduce its operating method in the blink of an eye. The demon suppression statuary was not necessarily more complicated than a formation, but most importantly, there were far too many unknowns. Many of the blanks could not be filled in through deduction. He needed to add in a lot of imagination. If the demon suppression statuary really did possess an original version, what kind of cultivation method would it be? In the history of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, there were only two people who had truly comprehended the demon suppression statuary through their own abilities. One was the unraging monk, while the other was himself. Duoj had used external power, so let's put that aside for now. Why couldn't others comprehend it? Was it because their ability to comprehend was lacking? That was impossible. Who knew how many geniuses had appeared in the Chan monastery of Devanaga over the past several millennia? Let alone the distant ones, just the one lamp monk behind him was a supreme genius. In terms of talent and ability to comprehend, he was in no way inferior to the unraging monk. And Li Qingshan had never felt his ability to comprehend was particularly great either. Was it because his demonic nature was insufficient? That was possible, but with so many generations of disciples in the monastery, it was impossible for all of them to be benevolent. There were definitely degenerates among them, and while the unraging monk had a demonic nature, he still stood on the side of justice after all. He had never fallen into the demonic path. There must be something in common between us that fulfills the conditions for practicing the demon suppression statuary. Master has a fiery temperament, abhorring evil. He was once known as the Monk of Fury, purging demons and defending the righteous path throughout the Green Province. He was renowned for not fearing authority, an old, nationalistic man. And while I also like good people and hate bad people, I'm nowhere close to abhorring evil, nor am I a nationalistic man. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Then there was only one answer: they were aggressive and bloodthirsty. Their objectives were completely different, but before they comprehended the demon suppression statuary, they had both gone on a killing spree. They both possessed a very heavy killing nature. This explained why he and the unraging monk were the only ones who had comprehended the demon suppression statuary over all these years. Killing was the greatest taboo of Buddhism. For the past several millennia, the Green Province had been in a state of peace. With the monastery status in the Green Province, their disciples basically had no need to fight with others. All they could do was practice on demon folk. The unraging monk who had killed countless people was truly a marvel. It was very likely that the original version of the demon suppression statuary was a demonic art that pursued destruction and slaughter to the extreme. Only after the demon folk's great reversal did the chains of demon suppression and the demon suppression tower appear, methods that only trapped and did not kill. Thinking up to there, the spirit turtle's calculations immediately became much smoother, filling in large swathes of blank space. The demon suppression statuary gradually began to show an unprecedented form. Li Qingshan was filled with eagerness. This was exactly the cultivation method he needed. After who knew how long, he said slowly, "There's no need to restrain me." The chains of demon suppression shattered and vanished. "There's no need to suppress me." The demon suppression tower immediately collapsed. "There's no need to protect me." The demonic armor was removed from his body. The three turned into demon chi, surging and gathering behind Li Qingshan. The demon chi on the entire 9th floor of the demon suppression hall surged over, forming something that seemed to be stirring. Li Qingshan suddenly copied the 9th demon suppression statue, sitting down with his legs crossed and eyes lowered like an old monk in meditation. Outside the demon suppression hall, the dauntless monk asked, "Has he mastered it?" "This." The unraging monk struggled to answer, as Li Qingshan's state seemed to be slightly different from when he had mastered the demon suppression statuary. Sure enough, Li Qingshan changed his posture very soon, assuming the posture of the 8th demon suppression statue, then the 7th, the 6th, until he reached the 1st demon suppression statue, the demon heart's initial repentance. His face was filled with regret, exactly the same as the demon suppression statue. Suddenly, the corner of his lips curled into a smile. He had finally followed the path of the demon folk and found the origin, seeing the true form of this cultivation method. His smile gradually widened, becoming vicious. Murderousness began to surge. The unraging monk could no longer smile anymore. How was this still the demon suppression statuary? Demonify. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the surging demon chi behind him began to condense, turning into a colossal demon over 300 meters tall. Its appearance was rather similar to Li Qingshan's, except it was filled with ruthlessness. The demonic inscriptions on its body wove together, and bone spikes protruded. On its back was a pair of war banners. On the banners were two bold and vicious words written in blood: Fighting Demon. This set of cultivation method was called Devil Fighting Catalog. Two visions overlapped in Li Qingshan's eyes. One was his own vision, while the other was the colossal war demon behind him. He raised his right arm and the war demon raised its right arm as well, throwing a punch at the space before him. Boom! The surging demon chi was swept away, revealing the entire 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Qingshan. The one-lamp monk sensed a terrifying pressure and roused from his cultivation. He opened his eyes. Li Qingshan smiled at him. His smile could still be considered gentle and friendly, but the war demon's smile could be described as vicious. The one-lamp monk took a step back. Chapter 1027. Fighting Demons. The unraging monk was alarmed. As the first successor of the demon suppression statuary, he had once investigated the origins of this powerful demon folk through the convenience of watching over the demon suppression hall. His understanding of the demon domain was much deeper than regular people. Demon folk seemed to come in all shapes and sizes, especially after demonifying where there was nothing they could not imagine or see, but they were actually divided into many races of various sizes. The powerful demon folk who created the demon suppression statuary came from the renowned war demons of the demon domain. The war demons were loyal to Qiangliang, one of the 12 demon gods. They were known for their ferocity and belligerence, and their state of demonification was completely different from regular demon folk. They would condense a huge war demon behind them, which was rather similar to the golden avatar of Buddhism. It was just like Li Qingshan's current state. This is also the demon suppression statuary? The dauntless monk said in doubt. He had never practiced the demon suppression statuary, but he could tell that Li Qingshan was basically even more vicious than regular demon kings. He did not possess even the slightest bit of Buddhist nature anymore. There was only a naked demonic nature. This. The unraging monk hesitated slightly. He never thought that not only would Li Qingshan fail to practice the demon suppression statuary, but he would instead take the opposite path and become the war demon king. Monks don't lie. This has to do with the entire monastery. The dauntless monk said sternly. The mighty Chan monastery of Devanaga had actually produced a disciple of a demon king. That was a colossal joke. No, the unraging monk said. All the unraging monk could do was say that. He also knew that the original version of the demon suppression statuary might exist, but he was unable to understand how Li Qingshan had derived the demon suppression statuary to such a level in such a short amount of time. This did not make any sense at all. He's your disciple. Don't forget what you said just now. Buddhism is vast, but it can't contain a demon king. The dauntless monk said. I'll go down. The unraging monk strode into the demon suppression hall. Don't alarm him. Bring back a lamp first. Booms rang out constantly. Li Qingshan experimented with his new power as he continued to derive the demon war statuary. Saber. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the war demon also waved his arm. Demonic chi surged and condensed into a giant blade, which slashed down. Bang! With a thunderous sound, a deep crack appeared on the ground, and a gale swept in all directions. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it was much more powerful than the chains of demon suppression, and he had only managed to derive 60 or 70% of the demon war statuary. If he could derive it all, it would definitely be even more powerful. If he faced an opponent like Si Qing again, even if he did not use the 9 transformations of demons and gods, he would still be able to win easily. This was not only because the Fighting Devil statuary placed more emphasis on destructive power than the demon suppression statuary, but also because the Fighting Devil statuary was more suited to his temperament. The murderous aura of the tiger demon was enough to bring out the might of this cultivation method by 120%, or even 15%. However, it was inconvenient to test it in the demon suppression hall. You became the demon king? The one-lamp monk's robes ruffled in the fierce wind. He stuttered slightly. He had no idea which he should be more surprised about. He had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation, or he had become a demon folk. Cultivation is all about being fast, or how are you supposed to kill the soaring locust king? Li Qingshan smiled. His voice was still rather calm and composed, but the war demon behind him roared out, filled with killing intent and fighting spirit as if it was expressing his inner thoughts. The two voices overlapped, forming a wondrous rhythm. Kill the soaring locust king. The one-lamp monk was taken aback. He had overcome his inner demons and was close to breaking through the 3rd heavenly tribulation, but he really was not bold enough to say he could kill the soaring locust king. The difference between them was just far too great. Was everything I said earlier for nothing? Why do you want to become stronger? Isn't it just to kill powerful enemies and take revenge? Why don't you even have the determination to do that? Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the war demon pointed its huge blade at the one-lamp monk. The one-lamp monk was taken aback. He had yet to adapt to Li Qingshan's rules of survival, but his hatred towards the soaring locust king was as great as the mountains. He said loudly, "I do. Don't listen to his nonsense. Becoming stronger is for the sake of understanding one's own nature and purging demons and protecting the righteous path, not for revenge." The unraging monk suddenly appeared and patted the one-lamp monk's shoulder with his huge, fan-like hand. "Unraging senior uncle." The one-lamp monk bowed in a hurry. "I'm very relieved that you've overcome your inner demons, but don't be blinded by hatred, or it'll be another inner demon." The unraging monk said earnestly, "I'll take your teachings to heart." The one-lamp monk reflected on himself in a hurry. Now this was what he was used to saying. What difference does it make? Understanding one's own nature is hatred. Purging demons and protecting the righteous path is slaughter. Li Qingshan said in disagreement, while the war demon roared out even louder. "Putting the cart before the horse." The unraging monk rebuked furiously, immediately drowning out the war demon's roars. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He had known the unraging monk for so long, but he had never seen him so furious before. He really did give off a shocking aura. As it seemed, no matter how casual this eminent monk was normally, he still had his principles. However, he never liked arguing with others. With a clang, the war demon rested the huge blade on his shoulder. "You're not in the right, so what are you yelling for?" "Li Qingshan, I told you to practice the demon suppression statuary, so what did you practice?" The unraging monk pointed at the war demon. Now this was truly putting the cart before the horse. "This is my understanding of the demon suppression statuary. Are there any problems?" "Immediately reverse the cultivation method and return to the right path," the unraging monk ordered. "I'm warning you. I might call you master, but I hate it when people tell me what to do the most," Li Qingshan said in displeasure. "How dare you?" "It's all because I've been too lenient with you in the past, which is why you've fallen onto the demonic path. I'll teach you a lesson today, you damned disciple." The unraging monk tossed the one-lamp monk onto the 8th floor with a wave of his hand before taking a step forward. A huge guardian king appeared behind him, scarlet red like it was forged from copper. It stood over 600 meters tall, with a crown on its head and ribbons wrapped around its body. Its chest and belly were protruding, giving it a dignified appearance. Although it was condensed from demon chi, there was a faint halo of Buddhist light behind its head. The unraging monk was once known as the Monk of Fury, but now he was known as the Unraging Guardian King. The Guardian King wielded the crescent spade and also took a step forward. With a great rumble, the entire demon suppression hall seemed to shake. "Damned fatty, you've lost your mind." Li Qingshan had guessed that switching to the demon war statuary would make the dauntless monk frown. This old bastard had always been making trouble for him, but he never thought the unraging monk's reaction would be so intense. The unraging monk bellowed. The Guardian King glares furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Guardian King glared furiously, shining with Buddhist light. Li Qingshan immediately felt restrained and pressured. He knew the unraging monk's demon suppression statuary had already reached a level of perfection, which was extremely effective against demon folk. However, he refused to show any weakness. The war demon swung his blade. "Teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Chapter 1028. One lamp came to the demon suppression hall and put his palms together. "Greetings, Abbot. You've come out. Very good." The dauntless monk said nothing more, focusing on the scene before him. The one-lamp monk followed the dauntless monk's gaze and saw that in the demon suppression hall, Li Qingshan and the unraging monk had already drawn their swords. "Abbot, junior brother Qingshan, he's fallen into the demonic path," said the dauntless monk. "But I feel that junior martial brother Qingshan's mind is clear, and he doesn't seem to be possessed by the devil. Perhaps he's just cultivating in the wrong direction," Monk Eating said. "I know he has done you a favor, but don't confuse righteousness with personal feelings. The demon folk have destroyed the Dharma and slandered the Buddha. They are the great enemies of our Buddhist school. There will never be any room for reconciliation," the dauntless monk said sternly. "But he hasn't done anything bad," One Lamp argued. Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestor isn't committing evil? The dauntless monk pointed at the image. Monk Eating was speechless. No matter what sect he was in, it was a great sin to point a sword at his master, no matter how many reasons he had. He sighed to himself. Qing Shan, you really shouldn't have done this. If Great Master Buru has misunderstood you, you should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. You should explain things clearly to him. Wouldn't there be even less room for reconciliation in this way? Damn disciple, how dare you attack your master? The unraging monk called out. It's you who wants to fight me. Li Qingshan found the situation to be extremely troublesome. He did not want to clash with the unraging monk at all, but it was impossible for him to admit his mistakes and admit defeat. Good, you've really grown up. Let me test your ability. The unraging King Kong suddenly took a step forward and raised the crescent spade high with both hands. It spun and stirred up a gale as it smashed down on the war demon's head. The sound of metal clashing could be heard and chi waves surged. The fighting demon brandished his blade to block the crescent spade. Although his body was as big as a mountain, in front of the unraging Vajra, he was like a child facing an adult. Hey, you're serious? Li Qingshan could only see a few dozen feet. The unraging monk's robes fluttered in the wind. His demeanor was calm, as if he had fused all of his killing intent and demonic nature into this unraging Vajra. The huge shovel that was like a dam slowly pressed down, rubbing against the blade fiercely and emitting an ear-piercing roar. The surging devil chi on the war demon's body continued to dissipate, and the bone spurs also began to shrink. His body also showed faint signs of shrinking. Every single move and strike from the unraging monk contained the power to suppress demons. It was extremely effective against all demon folk. In particular, it was even more effective against the war demon. The unraging monk said, "If you beg for mercy right now and admit to your wrongdoings, I can still give you the opportunity to repent. If you insist on remaining stubborn, all I can do is cripple your entire cultivation." What crime have I committed? Li Qingshan was infuriated too. He never thought the unraging monk would actually be so vicious. His demon heart shone brightly, and all the bone spikes on the war demon protruded. The huge blade blocked the crescent spade. He let the soaring locust king escape, said the unraging monk. Bullshit. Li Qingshan was completely infuriated. He swung his hands forcefully, and the huge blade knocked aside the crescent portable spade, swinging towards the unraging monk. Damned disciple, the more powerful your demonic nature is, the more you'll be restrained. In consideration of the fact that we were once master and disciple, I won't take your life. I'll let you reflect on your mistakes in the soaring locust king's place. As the unraging monk said that, the crescent portable spade spun around in the unraging Vajra's hand, easily knocking away the huge blade and sending the war demon flying. Li Qingshan's heart sank. The soaring locust king had been trapped in the demon suppression hall for several thousand years, so he did not believe he could break free so easily. The unraging monk was completely unreasonable right now, actually making him suffer in the soaring locust king's place. He could not help but laugh out of anger. I'll stay here? What great honor you have there. Say no more. The unraging Vajra chased after him relentlessly, swinging the crescent portable spade into a violent storm. Baldass. Li Qingshan swung his blade again, and the war demon banner fluttered in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. The weapons clashed countless times, like claps of thunder. Li Qingshan retreated step by step. Even when he pushed his blade style to the limit, he could only barely hold on. He was forced to the edge of the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall, unable to retreat any further. The huge blade in the war demon's hand collapsed loudly. Bang! The crescent portable spade pressed against the war demon's throat, pressing him against the wall. My demon war statuary still hasn't finished deriving it, so the restraint I face is far too great. Coupled with the huge difference in my cultivation, it's impossible for me to emerge victorious if I don't use the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. And once he used his demon techniques, there would be no room for him to turn back. Even if he could defeat the unraging monk, all he had to do was retreat from the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall, and he would still be trapped here. As a result, if he wanted to break free from here, the only way was to kill the unraging monk, the watchman of the demon suppression hall, and then kill his way out of the monastery. Demon suppression. The unraging monk waved his hand, and the chains of demon suppression shot out. Li Qingshan did not dodge either, staring straight at the unraging monk and allowing the chains to wrap around him. The demon chi was suppressed, and the war demon let out a reluctant roar before collapsing and dispersing. The unraging monk dispersed the unraging guardian king and arrived before Li Qingshan. Damn disciple, do you know your crimes? Li Qingshan just shut his eyes. Then you better reflect on your actions. Demon suppression. The unraging monk snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around, and the demon suppression tower fell loudly. Sigh. The one-lamp monk sighed heavily. The dauntless monk was rather surprised. He never expected the unraging monk to be so merciless. He seemed like he had turned back into the furious monk from the past who did not even have a single grain of sand in his eyes. He must have been infuriated by Li Qingshan's rudeness. Suddenly, the chains of demon suppression shattered. Holding up the demon suppression tower with one hand, Li Qingshan suddenly snapped open his eyes. Killing intent surged, lunging towards the unraging monk like a vicious tiger. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out as hard as he could. You've gone too far. At such a close distance, and the unraging monk was completely defenseless, Li Qingshan could basically already imagine the scene of his big fat head exploding. Junior brother? Even the dauntless monk was taken aback by such a startling turn of events, but how was he supposed to save him in time? The demon suppression hall operated with its own set of laws. Even if the unraging monk wanted to go to the 9th floor, he would have to make his way down floor by floor. Boom. The demon suppression hall shook violently. Even Great Buddha Mountain could sense it. The dust settled and Li Qingshan knelt on one knee. His right fist was stabbed into the ground, forming a huge, deep pit around it. A demon suppression statue was tattooed on his broad, robust back, but only at a closer glance did one discover that it was a violent battle demon. The unraging monk stood on the edge of the pit. The left side of his face had reddened slightly. Just now, in the nick of time, Li Qingshan had dodged his fist, brushing past his face and striking the ground. You can go. Li Qingshan said without even looking back. Your demon suppression hall can't keep me locked up. The unraging monk touched his cheek and suddenly began laughing. Damned brat, so this is your true strength, isn't it? What terrifying strength. If you were struck by it, probably no one would be able to endure it. No one understood the toughness of the demon suppression hall better than him. The power of the punch was enough to collapse a mountain outside. Chapter 1029. After saying that, the unraging monk did not wait for the dauntless monk's reply. He said to Li Qingshan, "Let's go." Master. Li Qingshan suddenly had no idea what to say. What, do you really want to stay here and sit in prison? The unraging monk smiled. How dare you fool me? Li Qingshan said furiously. It was no wonder that the unraging monk had suddenly become a different person. Basically every single word he said was purposefully provoking him. Damn brat, so what if I fooled you? Who knows how many times you've cursed bald donkey, or even now. The unraging monk had returned to his carefree manner, which left Li Qingshan with no idea whether he should be happy or furious. The master and disciple returned to the demon suppression hall. The dauntless monk and the one-lamp monk had already vanished. The unraging monk plopped down on the stone tablet outside the hall again and took out some alcohol and meat to eat. It must have been that old bastard who made you come down. Li Qingshan shared half of the alcohol and meat with him. He could vaguely guess that if it were not for the dauntless monk's interference, the unraging monk definitely would not have clashed with him. No. The unraging monk gulped down a few mouthfuls of alcohol. You're also afraid that my personality will change drastically after switching to the demon war statuary, which is why you're purposefully testing me? Li Qingshan asked. Judging a person through their cultivation method was not actually simple or crude in the cultivation community. Cultivation methods had an extremely deep influence on cultivators, especially demonic cultivators and demon folk who practiced demonic arts. Not even 1 in 10,000 were good people. Even if it was the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, if it were not for the suppression of the spirit turtle and the mediation of the phoenix, he would probably be a different person. Even if he could retain some of his original self, he would definitely be even more violent, stubborn, and do whatever he wanted. And, after switching the demon suppression statuary to the demon war statuary, his personality had indeed been influenced slightly. He became a little irritable and easily angered, and his aggressiveness became stronger too. Otherwise, he would never have been angered by the unraging monk so easily. Not really. I trust you, but not everyone understands you like I do. You can't blame the dauntless abbot either. I can take responsibility for you, but he has to take responsibility for the entire monastery. The unraging monk had witnessed Li Qingshan's battle with Si Qin, especially when he used a single hand to block the black dragon's frontal charge, so he knew he was hiding a great power. As a result, he descended into the demon suppression hall and purposefully infuriated Li Qingshan verbally, even threatening him by suppressing him. In the end, he purposefully left behind a fatal opening. It was not to test whether he had become demonic or not, but to prove to the dauntless monk that he was not the monastery's enemy. If he wanted to convince others that the tiger was not dangerous, the only way was to personally step into the tiger's cage. This was the unraging monk's way of taking responsibility for his disciple. When he used his life as a guarantee, even the dauntless monk had nothing to say. Even if he refused to accept a demon king like Li Qingshan, all he could do was allow the unraging monk to deal with him. This was also the understanding and trust between them. Thank you for your trust. Li Qingshan glanced at the plump monk before him deeply and felt rather touched. He raised the jar of alcohol high into the air. That punch of yours sure was vicious. Don't tell me you actually wanted to kill your master back then. When the unraging monk recalled Li Qingshan's punch, he really did feel some lingering fear. Although he had guessed that Li Qingshan's true strength was very powerful, only when he had personally experienced it did he realize just how powerful he was. Your level of mockery is basically 80% as good as mine, so it's nothing strange if you want to kill your master. However, if I really wanted to kill you, you definitely wouldn't be able to make it out of the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Li Qingshan smiled as he drank. He was a decisive person. He would either give up or go all the way. If he really wanted to kill the unraging monk, then that punch would have been much more than that. In reality, he did not use a single strand of demon chi, nor did he use any of his innate abilities. The unraging monk was taken aback by that as well. He studied Li Qingshan. Just how many other tricks are you hiding? I've always been this unfathomable. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I suddenly feel a little regretful. I keep feeling like you'll only cause trouble for me. Perhaps I really should seal you up in the demon suppression hall. The unraging monk shook his head. Then I'll give you another chance. Li Qingshan smiled and turned around, entering the demon suppression hall again. He arrived on the 9th floor and sat down before the demon suppression statue. He wanted to use it as a foundation to completely derive the demon war statuary. The unraging monk let out a long sigh. He really had no idea whether having a disciple like him was a blessing or a curse. Time passed quickly and another few months passed. It's only 80 or 90% after all. Li Qingshan stood up. After all, he did not have the original version. The spirit turtle's derivation was already close to the limit. Even if he continued wasting time, the effects would be minimal. However, it was not like he had come out completely empty-handed. As a matter of fact, it could even be regarded as a great surprise. Battle demon appear. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and demon chi surged out violently, condensing into a battle demon behind him. It was much larger and more substantial than before. Battle demon possession. The battle demon suddenly leaned forwards, lunging towards Li Qingshan. Strands of demon chi curled and pulled him, completely merging with his body and dyeing his skin dark red. Black demonic patterns spread and wove together, filled with violence. A pair of war banners behind him was written with the 2 words, Battle Demon, in an unrestrained and ostentatious manner. His expression became ferocious and ruthless, but his figure did not change much. Only his muscles became more solid and powerful, and he could feel his power surging violently. In terms of human cultivation alone, his strength had reached a new peak at this moment. Originally, he could not maintain this state for too long. Not only did his demon chi deplete very quickly, but it placed an extremely great burden on his body too. However, with Li Qingshan's physique, he could endure this burden with composure. Most importantly, the demon fighting statuary and the 9 transformations of demons and gods had truly fused together. It wasn't like when he cultivated the demon suppression statuary in the past, where his demonic armor would be shattered in just a few moves, and it wouldn't be of much use. If he used it at the same time as the tiger demon's fury, his battle prowess would instantly rise to a new level. That would be the peak of his overall strength. Although he could not derive the perfect version of the demon war statuary, he decided to use the remaining 10 to 20% freely. Perhaps it would be even stronger than the original version. Battle Demon Blade. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and demon chi condensed into a long blade. Its shape was somewhat similar to tiger's fang, but it was much larger. The broad and thick blade was also curved, appearing even more ferocious. Although this battle demon blade was condensed from demon chi, its quality was somewhat similar to the demon suppression tower. Its power was definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary demonic treasure. It could also change its size according to its master's will, and there was no need to worry about it being damaged. However, Li Qingshan shook his head. Condensing this battle demon blade also required demon chi and mental energy. It was not worth it under the state of battle demon possession. What he needed now was definitely not just a blade of this level. It had to be stronger than Tiger's Fang. Chapter 1030. Night had just fallen, and a melodious evening bell drifted over from Great Buddha Mountain. The unraging monk was no longer as carefree as he usually was. He sat on the stone tablet with his plump body and closed his eyes, silently chanting scriptures. Choose for yourself. The unraging monk did not even open his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a Sumeru ring spun and landed in Li Qingshan's palm. The Sumeru ring was extraordinary. It was enveloped in a layer of heavy demon chi, grayish-brown in color. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. Who knew how many demonic artifacts were placed inside, including everything from blades, spears, swords, and halberds? There were 5 or 6 demonic treasures alone, which made him overjoyed. The unraging monk had watched over the demon suppression hall for many years. Although demon folk did not like to rely on external objects like human cultivators, he had still accumulated many demonic artifacts, and this was exactly what Li Qingshan needed right now. He smiled. There's no need to choose. What? Not a single one is satisfactory? The unraging monk opened his eyes slightly. Thank you, master. I'll take them all. Kid, you've come to rob me, haven't you? The unraging monk shot him a glance and said furiously. Master, you sure are stingy. Forget it, I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it with you, all right? Li Qingshan took out all of the spoils he had obtained in the south. Although he had sacrificed all of the weapons, there were still quite a sizable amount of pills, shaman goo, cultivation methods, and so on. He even took out the blood oath scroll. For a moment, he lit up the surroundings. How many people did you kill in the south? The unraging monk glanced past them. These items clearly did not come from a single cultivator, which left him amazed. I'm just purging demons and protecting the righteous path. If it's not enough, please forgive me. Li Qingshan smiled. Forget it. These demonic artifacts are useless with me anyway, but you need to be clear. Why do you have so many demonic artifacts? The unraging monk asked. In terms of value, just the demonic artifacts completely surpassed what Li Qingshan had taken out, but as Orthodox Buddhism, disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not refine demonic artifacts. If they were contaminated with their demonic nature, the losses outweighed the gains. Refining them again would be rather troublesome too. The world had been at peace for several millennia, so the monastery did not lack Buddhist artifacts or treasures. Although he could sell it to demonic cultivators, the unraging monk would never do that. I have my own uses for it, Li Qingshan said. If you don't explain yourself clearly, you can't touch any of these demonic artifacts. The unraging monk grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist. He was afraid that Li Qingshan had taken so many demonic artifacts and gone off to create some evil organization. Don't you trust me? Li Qingshan asked. I trust you. You have to give me some face. After all, I am still your master. As the unraging monk said that, he even felt like his life as a master was miserable. Normally, when the master asked his disciple, the disciple would have to tell him everything he knew without holding anything back, unlike the unraging monk who had to rely on his disciple to give him face. Have you heard of the Azura sacrificial altar? Li Qingshan asked. Azura sacrificial altar. Even a great general king didn't have it. Where did you come from? The unraging monk asked in surprise. This was even rarer than the Azura field. Someone from the Azura path gave it to me. Li Qingshan shrugged. Why? Probably because he felt I had a future, so he wanted to form a good relationship with me. He even invited me to the Azura path, but I turned him down, Li Qingshan said. Do you want to ascend to the Azura path in the future? The unraging monk asked. Perhaps. Li Qingshan said. He could not help but admit that the land of endless battle was still very attractive to him. The Azura path isn't an evil path, but it still pales in comparison to the heavenly Taoist and human path. The unraging monk shook his head. He could not help but sigh. Just how old is this kid? He can already discuss ascension with me. It's still better than the demon domain at the very least. If you go to the demon domain, I'll break your legs. The unraging monk said. What he worried about the most was that Li Qingshan would actually become a demon folk after practicing the demon war statuary. Master, I won't hide it from you. I definitely have to go to the demon domain. However, it's not to mess around with demon folk. After his battle with the unraging monk, Li Qingshan was grateful for his trust, which made him even more reluctant to fall out with him. As a result, he revealed a few things, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Even if his identity as the North Moon was exposed in the future, he did not want to destroy their relationship as master and disciple. Then why? The unraging monk asked in doubt. There's an enemy there. I have to kill him. Li Qingshan played it down. I'd advise you to stop dreaming. The demon domain is extremely vast and it's extremely chaotic. Let alone whether you can find your enemy or even enter the demon domain. He might have already been killed by other demon folk. The unraging monk still thought Li Qingshan had fallen out with a certain demon king in the south. Qingqi Mountain should be very easy to find. I don't think Qiongqi will be killed just like that, Li Qingshan said. The unraging monk was taken aback. He waved his plump hand. Go and offer up the sacrifice. I can't be bothered with your crazy talk. He had obviously heard of Qiongqi before. He was one of the 12 demon gods of the demon domain, a true god. What right did Li Qingshan have to fall out with him? He could only treat it as a joke. Alright, there's this too. Li Qingshan took out another spiritual stone and flicked it. When the unraging monk saw that it was a spiritual stone, he did not pay too much attention to it. Only when the spiritual stone landed in his hand did he become surprised. The spiritual stone gave off a faint, green mist. The spiritual chi surged and was pure, basically on par with the Sarira of a monk king. It even possessed a sliver of the profound laws of the world. The Banyan Tree King gave it to me. Master, you've been nice to me, so don't say I'm not a good person. Li Qingshan waved his hand and stepped into the Azura field. The unraging monk looked at the spiritual stone in his hand and guessed that it originated from the Mist Province cauldron. He shook his head with a smile, both relieved and helpless. In the past, when he took him in as a disciple, he originally wanted to guide him in a direction, but he did not give him the opportunity at all, striding forward blindly. He had already reached the same level as him a long time ago, or perhaps before long, he would completely surpass him. Qingshan, oh Qingshan, just where do you want to go? Under the blood-red clouds, with Yin Qing in the lead, under the gazes of the Azura, Li Qingshan set foot on the Azura altar of armaments once again. He felt rather eager inside. His current strength was far greater than when he obtained Tiger's Fang, and he had prepared even more offerings. What kind of blade would he obtain this time? As a result, he no longer suppressed or hid his aura. His scarlet hair danced about like fire as demon chi surged into the air. The Azura altar of armaments beneath his feet trembled. So powerful. He's become even stronger. Yin Qing licked her lips in some disbelief. He seemed to have surpassed the limits of time. Blade! Li Qingshan called out. The shadow of a blade leaped out from the mottled stone platform. Li Qingshan placed the demonic treasures on the Azura altar of armaments one after another. When he placed the fourth demonic treasure, the Azura altar of armaments suddenly lit up with a blood-red light, giving off the sound of weapons clashing, as if a weapon was about to leap out. Tiger Demon's Fury? Li Qingshan clenched his fists and immediately used the Tiger Demon's mystical ability. Killing intent surged, evil energy shot into the sky, and a blood-red whirlpool spun. His skin turned scarlet, and the black tiger stripes interweaved to form the character King. He roared in his heart, still not enough, I need a stronger weapon. The blood-red light dimmed again, acknowledging Li Qingshan's strength and craving for more offerings. When Li Qingshan placed all 6 demonic treasures on the altar, the blood-red light lit up again, surging even more violently than before. Battle Demon Possession. Li Qingshan roared and his demonic heart shone brightly. Demonic energy surged up to 100 zhang, and the demonic statue behind him flew out. Just as it was about to transform into the battle demon, it flowed back into his body. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, Li Qingshan staggered and half-knelt on the ground. His body trembled violently as if he couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his teeth and smiled. Very good. The blood-red light dimmed again until Li Qingshan placed the hundreds of demonic treasures on the Azura altar of armaments. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light soared into the sky, and thousands of weapons clashed. Yin Qing, who was watching from afar, frowned and thought, it's too forceful. It's hard to control a weapon obtained like this. The stronger the weapon, the better. There was no powerful Azura divine weapon that didn't devour its master. Countless Azuras had become the servants of the divine weapon. Bang! Li Qingshan slapped down with his palm. Come out. The blood-red light condensed into a thin thread before breaking and dissipating. A saber was stabbed into the Azura altar of armaments. It was huge and beautiful, arrogant and unbridled, like a blooming demonic flower. The flower branch was the handle and the petals were the edges. It spat out a wide blade, and the blade was also covered in flower-like patterns. It didn't look like a weapon at all but a work of art. One could smell the fragrance of flowers lingering around. Li Qingshan revealed a look of joy. He took a deep breath and withdrew the magical power and the battle demon. Countless wounds opened up on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time he had used two explosive moves at the same time, and his body actually couldn't bear it. But then again it made sense. The tiger demon's fury stimulated his battle prowess to the extreme. Adding the battle demon's possession was like adding snow to snow. Fortunately, he didn't use it in battle. He had a terrifying strength, but it was difficult to use it. He still had to slowly get used to it. But I've finally succeeded. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and just as he was about to test the power of the saber, a hand grabbed the hilt before him. With a clang, the saber was gently pulled out. Li Qingshan's pupils shrank. Only then did he see the full appearance of the saber. The blade was even larger than he had imagined. It was almost as tall as him, and it was curved into an arrogant arc. In an instant, the saber light shone brightly like a flower in full bloom. It was 100 times brighter than the sun. A wild aura assaulted his face, but what followed was not the fragrance of flowers, but a sharp killing intent. Li Qingshan looked against the light, and he could vaguely see the figure of a woman raising the saber high. He was bewildered. Who is she? How could she approach me without a sound? Could it be that Yin Qing teleported over to snatch the saber? Be careful, it's the Frenzy Flower Saber Soul. Yin Qing shouted from afar. Frenzy Flower Saber Soul. Li Qingshan frowned. He heard a voice coming from the center of the saber light. Little guy, you're not worthy to be my master. How dare you use such a senseless trick to deceive the armory and disturb my sweet dreams? The saber descended like a thunderbolt, slashing toward Li Qingshan. Chapter 1031. A large green hand stopped the lightning. The blade paused and stopped above Li Qingshan's head. A few strands of red hair fell. Frenzied Blade let out a cry of surprise. Only now did Li Qingshan see Frenzied Blade's appearance. She was no different from a normal female Shura, but her face was exceptionally bright and flamboyant. Her long red hair was wavy, and her body was taller than him. She wore 100 flower armor and exuded a murderous aura. This was the first time he had seen a true weapon spirit. The flying dragon sword, Bloodjaw Blade, and other weapons had a certain amount of spirituality, but they had no intelligence. Wildflower Sword Soul looked down at him from above, half praising and half mocking. Your bones are quite hard, don't waste my time, quickly die. The edge of the blade suddenly pressed down, chopping the tiger bone, making a sound of metal colliding. Li Qingshan felt a piercing pain from his hand. Blood flowed down his arm, turning into scorching flames. He was both surprised and overjoyed. He was surprised that his ox demon forges its hide had actually been destroyed, but he was overjoyed that the blade really was a rare divine weapon. You're just a weapon and you dare speak so arrogantly. Shit. Black cracks spread between Li Qingshan's fingers. The blade's aura shattered and the blade hummed. This kind of power? Frenzied Blade was shocked. He wanted to pull out his blade, but Li Qingshan's hands held it firmly. Break! Li Qingshan shouted, but before he could spit out the whirlwind, Frenzied Blade seemed to have predicted it and kicked him in the face. Li Qingshan's head tilted slightly, and the whirlwind swept past Frenzied Blade, creating a gully thousands of feet long. So you're not an Azura? Frenzied Blade said. Why do you say that? Li Qingshan said. An Azura King's attack can't be seen through so easily. Frenzied Blade showed a trace of disdain. He stepped on Li Qingshan's face and pulled out his blade. Let go. The ground beneath the Azura sacrificial altar suddenly collapsed, and cracks appeared on its surface. Li Qingshan spread his phoenix wings and soared into the sky. He asked, Does Azura King have as much power as I do? The muscles on his arms were knotted as he gripped the blade tightly. The long blade trembled incessantly, but he was unable to break free. He could already tell that the battle experience and skills of the Berserk Flower Saber Soul were far above his own. If he were to allow the berserk flower saber soul to display his saber techniques, he would probably not be easy to deal with. Relying on his combat instincts, he made the best choice: never let go. It's just brute force. Wildflowers bloom. The frenzied flower saber soul snorted coldly, and a flower-like saber edge suddenly bloomed. The patterns on the saber body flowed, and waves of saber light bloomed, engulfing Li Qingshan. This is called overwhelming strength, tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, but he did not care about the saber light that fell on his body. Instead, he poured all of his vibration power into the saber. Damn it! The frenzied flower saber soul's figure trembled, and it was faintly discernible, appearing extremely unstable. The power of tremors of the ox demon could shatter the void, and it could also pass through the saber body to shake the saber soul. And when her saber light landed on Li Qingshan's body, it could not break through his ox demon forges its hide. She was filled with hatred. How can this brat's skin be so thick? As a saber soul, she could not leave the saber, and all of her superb skills had to be displayed with the saber. Now that her main body was trapped by Li Qingshan, she was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. Although she was abnormally fierce, she could not display the killing power that she should have. She was greatly regretful. She should not have been so careless in the beginning, allowing him to grab the saber edge. Humph, it's fine if you can't block the saber edge, but you want to hurt me with a mere saber light. Li Qingshan closed his eyes tightly and his skin turned green. He activated Ox Demon Forges its hide to the extreme, and it was as if he was strong. Let him be strong. You coward, let go and fight with me. Don't think you can make me acknowledge you like this. The frenzied flower saber soul was very sullen. She had never met such a fellow before. Shut up, bitch. I'm already in an undefeatable position. Only an idiot would let go. Li Qingshan said. In the sky, the man and the saber were entangled as they scolded each other. Sometimes they rose and sometimes they fell, causing the Azuras below to stare in shock. Suddenly, like a meteor streaking across the sky, it crashed headfirst into the mountain, causing an earth-shattering boom. The mountain collapsed, creating a large crater. Inside the crater, Li Qingshan gripped the saber hilt tightly and stabbed it into the ground. The frenzied flower saber soul beat and scolded him, but he could only endure it silently. His expression was as tenacious as a stubborn bull. Activating the 4-ox demon theurgy, the green leather resisted all damage. Endless power surged from the ground, and a strong gravitational force was released from his palm, making it impossible for the frenzied flower saber soul to break free. Waves of vibrating power continuously surged into the saber, slowly shattering the frenzied flower saber soul's resistance. He simply threw everything else aside and activated Ox Demon Transformation with all his might. Li Qingshan suddenly had a mysterious feeling that he had never felt before. He was no longer a human but a bull. It was not because of his cultivation method, but because he was a calf from the moment he was born. Didn't I grow up in a cowshed? Li Qingshan mocked himself inside. He suppressed the frenzied flower saber soul instinctively and submerged himself in this mysterious feeling. His expression gradually became rather dazed and his bearing began to change. It became heavier and deeper, while the ruthlessness of the tiger demon, the peace of the spirit turtle, and the elegance of the phoenix gradually receded. The bloodline of the ox demon circulated madly in his body, and the curved horns on his head extended even further. His green head stretched and enlarged, becoming a little like an ox's head. His tall body became even more muscular and powerful. His feet turned into a pair of huge hooves, and something seemed to appear behind his bottom. Looking back, it was actually an ox's tail. He could not describe what he was feeling, but he could not help but let out a moo. The moo was rather heavy, as if it originated from the depths of the earth, echoing through the mountains. He understood that the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was currently undergoing a new transformation. As it turned out, apart from balance, he could also push a transformation to the limit. Using the various abilities of the ox demon was as easy as eating or drinking. In particular, the ox demon forges its hide, and strength of the earth, made the layer of green seem to seep into the depths of his skin. There was no need for him to purposefully use them at all. When the sharp streaks of light landed on it, they were unable to harm him at all. Every single movement of his was infused with the power of the earth god's will. Even if the other transformations were disregarded, his strength had become even greater. Clenching his fists tightly, his saber no longer had any room to struggle at all. Forget it, I'll admit you then. The frenzied flower saber soul suddenly let go. Li Qingshan was augmented by the strength of the earth, but she was not. Her strength was almost completely depleted. Chapter 1032. Of course I won't accept your methods. Wildflower Saber Soul said. Methods? The way of killing is to use one's own methods to attack the enemy's weaknesses. If I lose to you, can I blame you for being too strong and unwilling to compete with me? Li Qingshan retorted. Wildflower Saber Soul was speechless and suddenly waved her hand. Forget it. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. I was too petty. But I advise you to put me on the Azura sacrificial altar. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Finished speaking, she jumped into the saber and disappeared. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. This kind of spiritual weapon was really not easy to deal with. But no matter what she said, she could not hand over the duck in her hands. She was about to prepare to refine it. Your Majesty, be careful. This end wildflower is a famous ominous blade of the Azura path. Azuras who use this blade will either be killed or die from madness. They will definitely reach the end. Yingqing warned. End wildflower. This name is too uncreative. I think it's better to call it Tiger Fang too. Li Qingshan said proudly. Yingqing felt helpless. You only care about the name? Tiger Fang too. With this lousy name, don't even think about refining me. Wildflower Saber Soul roared angrily. That's not up to you. Li Qingshan pressed down on the hilt of the blade and channeled his soul sense into it. The scenery before him suddenly changed. In a vast, boundless space, countless resplendent flowers bloomed and withered. At a closer glance, they were all condensed from flashes of the blade, possessing the endless variations of the blade. Wildflower Saber Soul stood among the thousands of flowers. You really came. You can't use your brute force here. Her warning wasn't a kind advice, but rather a malicious provocation. She wanted to take revenge here and wipe out her grudge. So what if I came? Li Qingshan tried to retract his divine sense. He was actually firmly locked in this void, but he was still calm. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still let you be my saber slave. Otherwise your soul will be destroyed. Frenzied Flower Saber Soul's maniacal laughter rang out from all directions, echoing throughout the void. Cut the crap and continue. Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, the saber aura surged towards him. He punched out, and the saber aura that filled the sky suddenly condensed into a frenzied flower saber. It was held in the frenzied flower saber soul's hand, and it slashed down. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. He was unable to use words to describe the profoundness of this strike. It was impossible to dodge or defend against. Li Qingshan's spiritual force was shattered by the saber, and his mind was damaged. However, the frenzied flower saber soul was not willing to give up. A wave of saber intent rushed into Li Qingshan's consciousness and transformed into the frenzied flower saber soul's figure. The frenzied flower saber soul said proudly, "Become my saber slave or die." Great saber technique. Li Qingshan praised. The strength of the wildflower saber soul's saber technique was simply unimaginable. It was worthy of being a famous saber in the Azura realm. In comparison, the set of saber techniques that he had comprehended was as crude as chopping firewood and slaughtering pigs. As it turned out, this was the terrifying aspect of the frenzied flower saber soul. Unlike the outside world, this was a battle of wills. Various abilities and techniques were difficult to use here. However, in this space of saber intent, the frenzied flower saber soul could unleash her saber techniques to the limit without any restrictions. Even the Azura King would not be able to defeat her here. However, once the refinement failed, she would take advantage of the situation and attack his sea of consciousness. If he was careless, he would instead be refined by her, turning into a so-called saber slave. Tiger Fang too, you sure talk a lot. Li Qingshan smiled. Die. The frenzied flower saber soul turned into a streak of light and rampaged through his sea of consciousness, about to turn the world upside down. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and a spirit turtle appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. It shone with a faint light, filling his entire sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. The streak of light seemed to sink into mud, becoming sluggish and dim. It was suppressed very soon. You. The frenzied flower saber soul was astounded. Just how many techniques did he possess? Who says I only have brute force? Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, and the figure of a spirit turtle appeared around him. Faint light enveloped the frenzied flower saber soul, seeping into it strand by strand. Li Qingshan stood on the spirit turtle and appeared in the space of saber intent again. He wanted to directly suppress the frenzied flower saber soul. Don't even think about it. The frenzied flower saber soul bellowed. Thousands of flowers bloomed in the space of saber intent, mincing Li Qingshan and the spirit turtle to pieces together. The sharp streak of light pierced through the light. Suppress. Li Qingshan's eyes were calm. The figure of the spirit turtle became more and more tangible. Just like that, it was a battle of attrition. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, it was still Li Qingshan who became exhausted first. If his mind continued to be damaged, it would be an extremely great burden on him. All he could do was temporarily give up on refining it. In terms of willpower alone, the frenzied flower saber soul was much more powerful than Li Qingshan. The greatest advantage of a weapon was that it could never be defeated. It was always in the hands of the victor. Through the endless battles of the Azura realm, it had accumulated countless victories and devoured countless blade slaves. Only then did it create the space of saber intent. However, a weapon was still a weapon at the end of the day. Willpower could not be directly converted into strength. Blade techniques and saber intent were both restricted by power. Not only was it the enemy's power, but it was also one's own power. Even if they fought 100 more times, Li Qingshan was confident that he could restrain her. As a result, as long as he did not attempt to refine it, the frenzied flower saber soul could do nothing to him. He was basically undefeatable. However, if that was the case, the weapon he had obtained after so much difficulty would be completely useless. He would have to be on guard against her attacks at all times. Li Qingshan was very impatient. He stepped on the blade and shouted, "If you dare to resist, I will break you and turn you into a pile of scrap metal." The frenzied flower saber soul let out a cold snort of disdain. It was unknown whether she had predicted that Li Qingshan would not do so, or whether there was no such thing as fear. She was formed from pure saber intent. Among the countless Azuras she had experienced, none were afraid of death. At most, I won't change your name. Just obediently refine it for me. Li Qingshan's threats did not work, so he tried to appease her. Are you begging me? The frenzied flower saber soul asked. I'm begging you. Li Qingshan cursed. He dragged the frenzied flower saber to the Azura sacrificial altar. He was considering changing to another weapon, but he was reluctant to do so. The void of saber intent was the biggest obstacle to him refining the frenzied flower saber soul, but at the same time, it was also a rich treasure that could allow his saber art to rapidly improve. While he was hesitating, the frenzied flower saber soul said, "Unless you change to a trash weapon, no weapon soul will submit to the weak." The weak that subdues you? I advise you not to provoke me anymore. When my temper flares up, I don't care about the pros and cons. Even if I can't refine you, I can seal you and even destroy you. Li Qingshan's tone was cold. It just so happens that I don't want to go back to the soldier's armory to eat dust. I can give you a chance. Not only will you refine me, but I will also teach you saber art and make you stronger. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Li Qingshan asked. Chapter 1033. Is that so? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, thinking of Yin Qing's words. Azura who used the last ending frenzy blade would either be killed or die of madness. It wasn't strange for them to be killed. The Azura path was a place where you kill me and I kill you, but dying of madness was intriguing. There were many Azura path powerhouses, and it was impossible for anyone to not be able to refine the last ending frenzy blade. However, after refining it, none of them had a good ending. What caused them to go crazy? Are you afraid? Frenzy Blade provoked. A little, Li Qingshan said honestly. Frenzy Blade was startled. She didn't expect Li Qingshan to answer like that. But you're definitely not the guy I'm most afraid of. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His soul sense penetrated the void of blade intent. This time, the wildflower blade soul did not put up any more resistance. He still allowed him to leave his imprint on the blade, successfully refining the dying wildflower blade. Li Qingshan raised the last ending frenzy blade. The tip of the blade flashed and he casually swung the blade. The blade light flashed and 10 miles away, a mountain split open and collapsed. Good blade. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. The last ending frenzy blade's destructive power was far above Tiger's Fang. If he used Tiger's Fang, he could only swing it after sucking enough blood. However, the last ending frenzy blade only needed a casual swing to achieve the same effect. If he faced the Dragon King of the Sea again, he wouldn't have to worry about only having 3 moves. Of course. But your blade art is too weak. You're just randomly swinging. Frenzy Blade mocked Li Qingshan's blade art again. She was indeed qualified to do so. This was Li Qingshan's only regret. He didn't truly subdue Frenzy Blade and only formed a cooperative relationship of equals, so he couldn't inherit the profoundness of the blade art. However, he believed that as his cultivation increased, he would one day be able to completely subdue Frenzy Blade and become the true Frenzy Blade master. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Frenzy Blade said. Sure. Naturally, Li Qingshan could tell that he was up to no good, and the frenzied flower sword soul did not seem to have any intention of hiding it. I have 2 teaching methods. One is fast and the other is slow. Which one do you want to learn? How fast can it be if it's fast and how slow can it be if it's slow? Send your spiritual will into the saber. I will spar with you and teach you step by step. This is slow. There's no need to say anything. I'll choose the slow one. Slow work yields fine work. But sometimes I'm in a good mood and sometimes I'm in a bad mood. Even if I scold you, you'll have to accept it obediently. Alright, cut the crap. How do you want to teach me? Li Qingshan wasn't someone who couldn't tolerate a few curses, but based on the frenzied flower blade's attitude towards him, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it even after 100 years. Then choose the fast one. I can guarantee that you will be able to obtain the essence of saber intent without any impurities. Furthermore, this is the strongest move of the last frenzied flower saber. It can instantly increase your battle prowess and allow you to kill strong enemies. There's such a good thing. What's the name of this move? Li Qingshan smiled. End of the fanatic. How auspicious. Heading to the end of the road after going berserk? Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. As expected of the Azura realm's saber. This trap wasn't hidden at all, and it even told him clearly that jumping in would mean death. Exactly. If you want great power and a powerful saber technique, how can you not take some risks? The frenzied flower blade said maliciously. Let me think. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and his mind became as calm as the ocean. Almost all the Azuras who had died from going berserk had died under this move. Indeed, she was not hindering the battle at all. Instead, she was helping the battle. However, after this hysterical dance, she would definitely meet her end. Sure. Li Qingshan said. The frenzied flower blade's laughter halted. How is that possible? What's impossible about it? Li Qingshan smiled. Merging his sea of consciousness with the blade intent void did indeed place a great mental burden on him. The frenzied killing intent left behind by the past sword masters was enough to drive Azura kings mad. His killing intent skyrocketed as well, and his expression became extremely vicious. However, his scarlet eyes remained clear and deep. The reason why he was surprised by the spirit turtle's divination was that there was no danger at all. Why aren't you mad? The frenzied flower blade asked in surprise. Chapter 1034. Tiger Demon refines Bone Heart Frenzy. This was a state that Li Qingshan had grown accustomed to. From the day he began cultivating until today, when the bloodline of the Tiger Demon had become so dense, even when he used the Tiger Demon's fury, he had never lost his rationality or become crazy. Although the fanatic's end gave him a different feeling from the Tiger Demon's fury, it wasn't enough to make him go crazy and die. This move's stimulation of power isn't particularly remarkable. It can barely be compared to Battle Demon's possession, but it's not as good as Tiger Demon's fury. However, in terms of increasing combat power, it's probably much better than Battle Demon's possession. It makes up for my biggest flaw. As Li Qingshan pondered, he focused on comprehending the blade intent. However, it didn't take long before he felt a deep exhaustion. Thus, ignoring the pull of the frenzied blade soul, he forcefully separated himself from the blade intent void. The patterns on his body returned to the last lunatic blade, and the metallic luster on his skin also dimmed. In that instant, an intense feeling of emptiness drowned him. He could no longer grasp the profound and ever-changing blade technique. As for the last lunatic blade in his hand, he had also lost the feeling of becoming one with the blade and wielding it as he wished. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. However, just like how after the tide receded, many traces and remnants would be left on the beach, he had also comprehended a sliver of blade intent, enough to further improve his blade technique. He revealed a smile. The frenzied blade soul had not lied to him. This was indeed the fastest way to learn blade techniques. As long as he continued to become one with the blade and fuse with the blade intent void, His blade technique would very quickly enter a whole new realm. He lightly flicked the blade. What else do you have to say? It seems that you didn't completely rely on deceptive tricks to obtain me from the armory. Since you've passed the test, I'll fight for you. After the frenzied blade soul failed 3 times in a row to kill Li Qingshan, it seemed to have finally given up on this plan. Li Qingshan let go of the blade hilt and lay on the ground. This kind of mental confrontation was even more tiring than a great battle. In a short while he fell into a deep sleep. The last wildflower blade was stabbed into the ground beside him. The blade was only a few feet away from his body, and he looked like he was defenseless. The light on the blade was like a shining eye, staring at him. In the void of boundless saber intent, the wildflower saber soul muttered to himself, "What a strange fellow. His hostility is even heavier than the Azura King's, but his temperament isn't affected at all. It's precisely because of this that he's able to maintain his calmness even when he's at the end of his road of madness. However, if you're in a fierce battle of life and death, would you still be so calm?" Fellow Taoist unraging, where's Li Qingshan? Get him out here right now. Yu Weiyang was furious. Anyone would be furious if they had been stood up, let alone for over half a year. Just how many years had it been since he had been fooled like this? In order to deal with the soaring Locust King, he had come up with a meticulous plan. He had even contacted the King Chu's estate, but the main character of the plan, Li Qingshan, had never appeared. He said he had returned to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to learn cultivation methods before vanishing. He had sent people to urge him several times, but all he received was that Li Qingshan was in secluded cultivation in the Demon Suppression Hall. The soaring Locust King continued to wreak havoc in the Green Province. Although its activity had weakened drastically, that was mainly because the various cities and villages had all been devoured clean, so it did not have enough food to replenish its clones. Cultivation methods and prefectural cities were far too risky, so it actively reduced its activity. As for the blow from the King Chu's estate, it was actually secondary. As long as the locust plague continued, regular people would not be able to recuperate normally, and the foundation of the Green Province's cultivation community would be on the verge of collapse. Please calm down, Great General. He's in there. The unraging monk pointed at the Azura field beside him. Isn't he cultivating in the Demon Suppression Hall? Yu Weiyang questioned. He went back in there after he came out, said the unraging monk. Make him come out. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation? Yu Weiyang said. This is his arcane treasure. Even I can't open it. The unraging monk laid out his hands. If you won't open it, then I'll open it. Yu Weiyang was truly angered this time. He extended his hand towards the Azura field. He did not move at all, but once he did, it was like a bolt of lightning. That's no good. The unraging monk pressed down on the Azura field with his plump, fan-like hand. Unraging monk, this matter is extremely important. As an eminent monk of Buddhism, are you just going to watch as the people are plunged into misery and suffering? Yu Weiyang asked. This is the fate of the Green Province. How can we place all our hopes on a single person? The unraging monk shook his head. Who's calling me? At this moment, Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the Azura field. Soon afterwards, Li Qingshan leapt out of the Azura field with his dying blossom's blade on his back. He seemed to be in high spirits after a good night's sleep. Yu Weiyang was about to fly into a rage as soon as he saw Li Qingshan, but his eyes were attracted by the blade on his back. It was not only because of the huge and ostentatious appearance of the dying blossom's blade, but also because of its unique charm. Just like fine wine was to a drunkard and a famous painting was to a painter, as a disciple of the school of the military, Yu Weiyang had an instinctive sense for the quality of a weapon. He could feel the pulse of life in the cold blade. Could this be an Azura divine weapon? What are you looking at? A provocative voice rang out, but it did not come from Li Qingshan. Instead, it was the dying blossom's blade pointing straight at Yu Weiyang with cold killing intent. A weapon soul. Yu Weiyang was greatly surprised. It was actually an Azura weapon with a weapon soul. How did the kid get it? How could he control it? You're still looking? Do you believe me when I say I'll cut you in half? The soul of the dying blossom's blade continued to hoot. He said to Li Qingshan eagerly, this guy's not bad. I'll use him as a sacrifice to the blade. And the fatty beside him counts as one too. The unraging monk was taken aback too. His eyes widened. He had never seen such an arrogant weapon before. Even the most spiritual Buddhist treasure of the Chan monastery of Devanaga paled in comparison. There's no need to look. I'm talking to you. I can use your fat to maintain the blade. Come at me together. Shut your mouth. Li Qingshan could not take it anymore. He slapped the hilt of the blade hard. Originally, he did not want to carry the Dying Blossom's blade on his back, but the soul of the Dying Blossom's blade said to him, if you want to comprehend blade intent sooner and unleash the full power of the Dying Blossom's blade, you better carry me obediently. Oh my, do you really think you're my master now? With your puny strength, I've already shown you enough respect by fighting for you. Kid, don't push your luck. Ark. I want to return to the Azura realm. This world is too boring. I can't even kill whenever I want. It's boring at all. Why would the soul of the Dying Blossom's blade listen to Li Qingshan? She chattered away as the blade thrummed. The reason why Li Qingshan was able to refine the Dying Blossom's blade was because she possessed killing intent and took the initiative to cooperate with him, establishing a cooperative relationship of equals. Although she no longer tried to force Li Qingshan to his death, since they were on equal terms, he could forget about what she had to say. Damn disciple, this blade sure suits you well. The unraging monk watched on in interest and chuckled. Really? You've got a nasty mouth. Damn fatty, I dare you to fucking say that again. Before Li Qingshan could even reply, the soul of the Dying Blossom's blade began to roar. Li Qingshan felt like spittle had been sprayed across his face. The soul of the Dying Blossom's blade was still rather cool and elegant earlier, but now, it was completely a patient with a nasty mouth and an aggressive personality. He finally understood why the previous sword masters had died from going mad. With this blade on his back, he basically spent every single moment taunting them. Even if he did not get killed by the enemy, he would still be driven mad by the noise. He shoved the Dying Blossom's blade into the Azura field and secretly made up his mind. There would be a day when she would completely refine it and rename the Dying Blossom's blade as Tiger Fang 2. Fellow, you long time no see. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I've made a fool of myself. Alright, did you come specifically for me? Li Qingshan had basically forgotten about the great General King's plan. Of course I've come for you. Yu Weiyang widened his eyes and said furiously, don't tell me you've already forgotten. Ah, why would I? I'm really sorry about that. Many things happened during my cultivation this time, so I really had no choice. Let's set off right now. Li Qingshan said. There's no hurry. Where did you get this Azura armament from? I've never heard of a blade like this in the 9 provinces. Yu Weiyang changed the topic. He also temporarily cast aside the situation of the Green Province and the destruction of the people. He asked the question that concerned him the most. I used many demonic armaments to exchange for it on the Azura altar of armaments. Li Qingshan shrugged and did not hide anything. Chapter 1035. It was no wonder that Yu Weiyang was so surprised. The Azura field was used to communicate with the Azura realm, while the Azura altar of armaments was a step further, directly communicating with the armaments vault of the Azura realm. The Azura realm was boundless, so communicating with it was relatively easy, but it also came at a great price. However, the armaments vault was the holy land of the Azura realm. It was basically extremely difficult for humans other than Azura to communicate with it. I do. Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. Since the existence of the Azura field was already known to the world, there was no need for him to hide the Azura altar of armaments. He had obtained it far too easily, so he did not find it particularly precious. Where did you get it from? Yu Weiyang took a step forward. He was rather excited, but he also found it rather hard to believe. Someone gave it to me, said Li Qingshan. A gift. Yu Weiyang frowned. He did not believe it at all. Who would give a treasure like that away so easily? That day I had just fought a great battle with someone when a voice suddenly rang out above me. It said something like, Natural warrior, come to the Azura realm for an endless, bloody battle. I wanted to go, but I still turned it down after some thought. I said I'll unify the Azura realm in the future. Afterwards, he tossed down the stone disc from the blood-red swirl. Only afterwards did I find out it's called the Azura altar of armaments. Li Qingshan explained calmly. You're saying you've been inspired by the Azura realm? Yu Weiyang was shocked. Compared to the unraging monk, his understanding of the Azura realm was much deeper, and he viewed the Azura realm as the final promised land. If that's the Azura realm's call, Li Qingshan laid out his hands. And after you turned it down, you received an Azura altar of armaments. Don't you dare lie. Only the souls of those who have died in battle will be summoned by the Azura realm. As for unifying the Azura realm, that was utter nonsense. It was not even worth mentioning. I'm probably just a little more cocky. Li Qingshan shrugged. He could not be bothered to explain any further. It was up to him whether he believed it or not. Can I take a look at the Azura altar of armaments? Yu Weiyang decided to ignore Li Qingshan's nonsense for now. He wanted to take a look at the legendary Azura altar of armaments first. Up to you. With a thought from Li Qingshan, a blood-colored whirlpool appeared in the Shiraba field. Yu Weiyang couldn't wait to step into it, and a blade light whizzed toward him. It turned out to be the frenzied flower blade soul. Great saber technique. Yu Weiyang praised. He waved his hand and took out a long spear, donned a treasured armor, and started fighting with the frenzied flower saber soul. In an instant, saber lights flashed and spears danced chaotically, and the sound of weapons colliding resounded like thunder. Fellow Taoist Yu, I've come to collect this saber. Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the Azura field. There's no need for that. I'm going to try out this soldier soul. Yu Weiyang said. In the blink of an eye, he could feel that the berserk flower blade soul's bladesmanship was extraordinary, and his martial arts skills were even vaguely above his own. He could not help but feel excited. Li Qingshan, don't meddle in other people's business. Frenzied flower sword soul also shouted. She had been subdued by Li Qingshan using brute force. She was suppressing her anger and wanted to use this opportunity to vent it out. All right. Sand and pebbles were flying in the Azura field. Murderous intent soared into the sky, and the blood-colored vortex in the sky spun rapidly. The frenzied flower sword soul became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Even though it could not fully display its bladesmanship in the real world like it could in the Blade Void, Yu Weiyang was still more and more shocked. As a disciple of the military school, he had been cultivating diligently for thousands of years, and he was confident that his martial arts skills were no worse than those of ordinary Azura kings. However, in front of the frenzied flower sword soul, he was being suppressed. The legend is indeed true. Every soldier's soul in the Azura path has been tempered thousands of times. They have gone through countless battles and their martial arts skills have reached the pinnacle. If I can get one, it's like I've found a famous teacher. Yu Weiyang's heart was burning with eagerness. But the biggest problem now was how to defeat this soldier's soul. The frenzied flower sword soul was even more powerful than when he first emerged from the Azura altar of armaments. After Li Qingshan refined the end of the wildflower blade, a connection naturally formed between them. It could draw power from Li Qingshan, which was equivalent to dispelling the frenzied flower sword soul's greatest worry. Li Qingshan could turn down the frenzied flower sword soul, but the last thing he lacked was a sense of mischief. He proactively provided power to the frenzied flower sword soul, as well as resources for the Azura field's advancement. Alright kid, you're still rather useful. You're not siding with an outsider. The frenzied flower sword soul communicated with him, but he sighed inside. Weapons were created to be used at the end of the day. A blade with a master was still better than a blade without a master. This kid was a little weak, but his potential was extraordinary. He was worth training. Li Qingshan snickered. The unraging monk was very curious. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a swath of blood-red light projected the intense battle in the Azura field. The unraging monk was shocked as well. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school of the military was the most skilled at fighting and killing. Yu Weiyang really had lived up to his title as the Great General King, displaying a set of startling techniques. However, he had actually been suppressed by a mere blade, so how could they not be surprised? The frenzied flower sword soul fought to its heart's content, directly merging into the end of the wildflower blade. A streak of light shot through the air. Its body was the toughest blade without any so-called vital points or weak points. It was even more difficult to deal with than the Azura King. On the other hand, Yu Weiyang's treasured armor was already in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. Although he had avoided any vital points and was not injured at all, he still seemed to be in an extremely horrible shape. Just how did you subdue this blade? The unraging monk asked in surprise. Even he was not confident he could subdue this blade. Charm. Li Qingshan smiled. I think we're birds of a feather. You better put the blade away quickly. Don't embarrass the great General King too much, the unraging monk tried to persuade him. If I do that, doesn't that mean a mighty great General King can't even defeat a blade? Li Qingshan said. This old bastard is always trying to show off in front of me. I wonder what his expression will be like if he loses. The unraging monk obviously did not believe Li Qingshan's reasoning, but given the current situation, it was really inappropriate for him to interfere. Suddenly, the blade of light swept past Yu Weiyang like a streak of light, leaving behind a bloody mark on his face. He had slowed down slightly because of the blade of greed. Don't even think about leaving. Yu Weiyang's eyes shone brightly. He hooked the blade with his dagger axe and spread his fingers, grabbing the hilt. He was about to suppress the end of the wildflower blade. You're asking for it. Do you think my blade is that easy to take? Li Qingshan was mentally connected to the wildflower blade soul, so he could clearly sense that she was doing this on purpose. She was laying down a trap. Yu Weiyang had no other choice. He definitely did not possess the power to stop the end of the wildflower blade. If he wanted to emerge victorious, the only way was to directly attack the blade soul. However, little did he know that while the wildflower blade soul only possessed a soul, it was condensed from pure blade intent. It was even more powerful than the blade itself. Sure enough, Yu Weiyang's expression changed. He paused and he became riddled with openings. The wildflower blade soul suddenly appeared, snatching the end of the wildflower blade and swinging it at Yu Weiyang. It laughed madly. Die. Chapter 1036. Oh no, if the blossoming blade soul really cleaved Yu Weiyang to death, then we'd be done for. Li Qingshan was about to stop him, but Yu Weiyang roared out. With him at the center, a ring-shaped wave of air swept out for hundreds of kilometers, knocking the end of the wildflower blade away. Yu Weiyang's eyes were blood-red. His muscles bulged and his wounds rapidly healed. He was like a true Azura king. He entered an explosive state similar to the tiger demon's fury, lunging towards the end of the wildflower blade. He moved several times faster than just now, swinging his dagger rapidly. A sharp stream of energy shot out like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. It's finally getting a little interesting, the blossoming blade soul smiled. Right when he was about to swing his blade to receive the attack, he suddenly vanished. Fellow Yu, I think we should stop here. Li Qingshan extended his hand and fished the end of the wildflower blade back from the Azura field. The blossoming blade soul roared furiously, Li Qingshan, I've warned you before. Mind your own business. You can't kill him, Li Qingshan said firmly. Nonsense. The end of the wildflower blade trembled violently. Don't look down on him. He can't defeat you, but can't he run? Li Qingshan said. Shut up. Where can he run off to in the Azura field? I never said I'd help you trap him. You traitorous bastard. Shut up, you bitch. This is your battle, not mine. The unraging monk sweated profusely from the side as he listened on. He was even more shocked by the power of the end of the wildflower blade. With a blade in hand, even mortals could kill great cultivators. Just how powerful would it be in Li Qingshan's hands? Yu Weiyang's chest heaved up and down a few times before his eyes returned to normal. The impact of this battle was not small. He was almost defeated by a saber, but it also aroused the desire in his heart. If he could get his hands on such a weapon, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. He flashed to the Azura sacrificial altar and stared at the mottled stone platform with sparkling eyes. After a while, Yu Weiyang walked out of the Shura field. He had already tidied up his clothes and said seriously, Fellow cultivator Li, please lend me the Shura sacrificial altar. He completely acknowledged Li Qingshan's strength and no longer treated him as a junior. Chain Mountain Range, Qingzhao's Cave. The 33 skull prayer beads spun and flew around, constantly changing their formation. They maintained the skull demonic formation, stirring up strong gales in the belly of the mountain. Little Anne's white monk robes fluttered in the wind. She waved her hand and the skulls turned into prayer beads. They formed a string and returned to her wrist. She sank into her thoughts for a while, and her body suddenly shone with a faint, golden light. She was dignified, enough for people to feel deep veneration at first glance. She raised her hand with the skull prayer beads, and light gathered on it, coating the white prayer beads with a faint layer of gold. It no longer seemed evil at all, like a supreme treasure of Buddhism. As soon as she stepped out of the dwelling, mist swirled through the mountains and it rained continuously. The mountains became verdant again. You've been hiding for so long. Must have been hard on you. Come out. Little Anne's clear voice echoed through the mountains. A hoarse, cruel voice rang out. I heard you're Li Qingshan's partner and the most outstanding disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? Little Anne leapt onto the top of a mountain and drew the trouble-severing blade with a backhand, raising it high into the air. Trouble-severing. The voice said in surprise. Trouble-severing, Little Anne repeated calmly. Where did you get this blade from? The clouds and mist suddenly parted, and a locust the size of a huge ship swooped down from the sky. The sound of its wings was deafening, kicking up a shrill gust of wind. Boom! The mountain beneath Xiaoan's feet collapsed, and huge rocks flew in all directions. She had already arrived at another mountain peak. The flying locust demon commander's huge compound eyes reflected countless figures of little Anne. He was filled with surprise and doubt. Her strength had exceeded his expectations, but what little Anne said next left him with no time to think about this. Do you want to know the location of the Golden Cicada Spirit King? The Golden Cicada Spirit King. The soaring locust king ground his teeth. During the countless days and nights in the demon suppression hall, he had been thinking about how to get revenge, but there was no other form of hatred that was deeper and more pressing than this. The Golden Cicada Spirit King, little Anne repeated calmly once again. Tell me exactly where he is. I can spare your life. The soaring locust king said. He's right here in the Rui Commandery and he's about to ascend soon. If you want to stop him, you better be prepared. Little Anne said emotionlessly. Where in the Rui Commandery? The soaring locust king asked. The Rui Commandery spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, so finding a hidden great demon king was like finding a needle in a haystack. You'll understand when the heavenly tribulation descends, little Anne said. I want you to explain it to me right now. The soaring locust king roared and charged towards little Anne again. Little Anne stood at the top of the mountain and opened her mouth slightly. The mountains were suddenly illuminated by Buddhist light, and the cry of a dragon pierced through the surroundings. Monk King. The flying locust demon commander cried out in surprise. The colossal flying locust demon commander was torn to pieces within the dragon's cry, while a strand of samadhi flames of white bones swept and retracted within the dazzling light, collecting the resources. The light gradually dimmed, and the clouds and mist in the mountains gathered together. I don't need you to spare me. Little Anne sheathed his blade and took off into the air. A few mountains away, Ru Xan emerged from her dwelling with a vicious plague ghost beside her. She rubbed her chin in thought for a while before smiling and following closely behind him, flying into the clouds. On the lake of dragons and snakes, on a barren island so small that it basically could not be regarded as an island, the disciples of the 100 schools of thought all avoided the island from afar. It was not only because this was where the White Wolf commander cultivated, but also because of the terrifying hiss that rang out from time to time. Regardless of whether it was day or night, whether it was winter or summer, it seemed to come from the depths of hell, occupying everyone's hearts. A few months ago, a disciple of legalism had wanted to approach this island, hoping to obtain a fortuitous encounter from this legalist senior. However, before he had even stepped onto the island, he had returned to his dwelling with a pale face. Very soon he had gone mad and died. Since then he had never dared to approach this place again. At this moment the hiss rang out once again. In the center of the verdant island, a naked woman knelt on the ground. Beautiful little snakes coiled around her body, swimming around her skin. Occasionally they would raise their heads from her skin and spit out their green tongues. Her originally beautiful face was currently contorted due to pain. Her eyes were filled with hatred, making her appear even uglier. She was like an evil spirit that had sunk into the depths of hell. Suddenly the hell snakes became agitated. They raised their heads and looked in the same direction, filled with hostility. Qian Rongji raised her head and saw a figure walking towards her. His footsteps were light and silent, as if he was riding on the wind. His clothes fluttered in the wind and she could not help but hold her breath. As the figure approached, the hell snakes calmed down and dove into her skin. They intertwined to form a strange and beautiful tattoo. Chapter 1037. Qian Rongji opened her mouth, but it was as if she had lost her ability to speak. She made a hollow and meaningless sound, like the hiss of a snake. A minuscule pain pierced her heart, but it was even more unbearable than the snakes coiling around her. She almost couldn't help but curl up. Little Anne sighed softly and took out a set of clothes to drape over her. You've changed. Qian Rongji's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. In her memories, she had always gazed at everything with clear and empty eyes, without love or hate, without sorrow or joy. She would never act like this. A wave of anger suddenly surged in her heart. These 3 words seemed to be a question. Then what exactly is our original appearance? Little Anne asked in response. Thank you for coming to see me. I've already seen you. You can go to Li Qingshan's side. Qian Rongji lowered her head, feeling an indescribable disappointment. The wind blew across the island and the grass rustled. Clang. Little Anne pulled out the trouble-severing blade and raised it high. You once crossed me. Let me cross you once too. Qian Rongji suddenly raised her head, and the snakes all over her body hissed in warning. She suddenly laughed and closed her eyes. All right. The blade flashed like snow and lightning, bright and clean, disappearing in a flash. After a long time, Qian Rongji slowly opened her eyes. She found that she was still alive and there were no wounds on her body. However, the blade mark was left on her heart, as if it had cut and torn something. Those memories that she had abandoned long ago resurfaced in her mind, and she finally understood what it was that was still hurting her. Even though she had already twisted, crushed, and obliterated the past, some things had instead been tempered and solidified. Like a grain of golden sand. Since she had to associate with the snakes, she should transform into a snake. Only then could she treat this hell as normal, even a paradise. Otherwise, she could only continue to endure the pain of this hell. This was the source of her troubles, and the trouble-severing blade could not cut it away. This was because it was not just the memories of the past, but also all the beautiful hopes of humanity, wishing for happiness, wishing for peace. This was compared to all the greed, anger, and obsession of humanity. It had to be even more deeply rooted. Therefore, gods and Buddhas were high up in the 9 heavens. She looked up at the sky with a blank expression and muttered to herself, "What exactly is our original appearance?" No one answered. Only the sound of the wind was heard. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga in front of Demon Suppression Hall. Yu Weiyang looked at Li Qingshan earnestly. Li Qingshan had no reason to refuse. He agreed. However, it's not easy to subdue this weapon spirit. If it's not handled properly, it could even be life-threatening. Li Qingshan had no doubt that Yu Weiyang could offer more weapons than him, and his own strength was not much weaker than him. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to confront the frenzied flower sword soul like this. He could only rely on his innate divine ability to suppress it. I'll be careful. If there's any danger, please give me some pointers. Yu Weiyang's change in attitude was not unnatural at all. He was not an Azura yet, but he still followed the principle of respecting the strong. The fact that he could refine the end-frenzied blade proved that Li Qingshan's strength was definitely not as simple as his battle against Si Qing. The frenzied blade spirit clearly did not submit to Li Qingshan, but no matter how he cursed, he never actually attacked him. This was already a rare form of recognition. Li Qingshan's slight displeasure towards Yu Weiyang vanished as a result. He was Han Qiongji's master after all, so he said modestly, "I wouldn't dare to say I give you any pointers. I just have some experience." Let's go to the great general's estate first? All right. Hold on. The unraging monk suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder. What else is there? Li Qingshan asked. Something good. The unraging monk chuckled. That doesn't sound like it. Why would your master harm you? Please wait a few days, fellow you. Come with me to Great Buddha Mountain first. You better hide your demon chi for now. The unraging monk grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and made his way up the mountain in a single step, arriving before the grand hall. The dauntless monk sat before the Buddha and said without even looking back, "You've emerged." His voice echoed through the vast, distant hall, accompanied by the curls of incense. It possessed its own sense of solemnity. The abbot was waiting for me? Li Qingshan was surprised. That's right. Why? Because you have a Buddhist nature. Li Qingshan burst out laughing. Only after receiving a vicious glare from the unraging monk did he stop laughing. Cough cough, sorry. I couldn't help myself. What do you think I have? A Buddhist nature. When Li Qingshan found it rather funny. Just recently, the dauntless monk was tempted to suppress him like a demon king, yet now he suddenly said he had some sort of Buddhist nature. The Buddha is in the heart, always present. Damned disciple, how dare you laugh again? As soon as the corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up, he was scolded back by the unraging monk. He raised his hands. All right. I'll stop laughing. Though how did you manage to tell, Abbot? I've already said it before. I don't cultivate good karma in my life. I only like killing and arson. Before he had even finished, the dauntless monk cut him off. That's a very Buddhist nature. If I remember correctly, it was because of that I was sent into the demon suppression hall back then. Li Qingshan shook his head. That had indeed come from a great monk. The monk's dharma name was Ji Shen. As for what Buddhist nature it was, he had no idea at all. He just found it extremely refreshing to talk about it. You entered the demon suppression hall, yet you practiced the demon suppression statuary. You practiced demonic arts, yet you didn't succumb to the demonic path, so you obviously have a Buddhist nature in your heart. I made an error in judgment back then. Instead, junior brother Unraging was able to discern a gem and accepted you as his disciple. The Unraging monk laughed aloud. He also felt like he was being glorified. Now that you've said that, I suddenly feel like it's quite reasonable, but don't tell me you want me to become a monk again? Li Qingshan said cautiously. The Buddhist school is vast. You can come and go as you please. It won't force you. If you want to be a secular disciple, then be a secular disciple. That's not what you said back then. In order to prevent him from affecting little Anne's cultivation, the dauntless monk had wholeheartedly wanted him to lose all sense of self. Back then it was expediency. Now it's the Buddhist Dharma. Alright then. You called me over just to tell me this? You might be a secular disciple, but you're also a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. You do have a Buddhist nature in your heart, but if you don't receive guidance, you'll be corrupted by demonic thoughts and become a true demon king in the end, which is why I've prepared a Dharma assembly for you. Stop. My head hurts when I hear about scriptures. As soon as Li Qingshan heard the word Dharma assembly, he was about to leave, but the Unraging monk stopped him. Don't worry, you don't need to understand the scriptures. It can even enlighten your root of wisdom and spirituality. Not just anyone can enjoy a Dharma assembly of Dhyana. A Dharma assembly of Dhyana. Li Qingshan vaguely remembered that little and had once mentioned that during the time she cultivated in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, she had also gone through a Dharma assembly of Dhyana. It seemed like only the most outstanding disciples of the monastery could enjoy it. It was extremely beneficial to her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. Its effects were rather similar to the fruit of wisdom, but Chan schools had their own realms of cultivation and comprehension. So this monk sees how he can't suppress me, so he wants to rope me in instead. However, he obviously would not turn down a free advantage like this. He clasped his hands. Then thank you for your kindness, Abbot. Chapter 1038. The bells on Great Buddha Mountain rang in unison, and a halo of Buddhist light rose up. Buddhas and bodhisattvas could be faintly seen within it. Celestial maiden Jialan danced in the air, and the sound of chanting could be heard from 1,000 miles away. The monks of the monastery all brought their palms together in the direction of the grand hall at the top of the mountain and chanted, Amitba. Zen Heart Dharma Assembly. I wonder which disciple has such good fortune? A middle-aged monk stopped sweeping the broom in his hand and asked enviously. Senior brother, there's no need to be envious. As long as we work hard in our cultivation, we'll also have such a day. The young monk beside him advised. Then, he lowered his head and swept the fallen leaves, no longer paying attention to others. It's not that easy. Just like how it took quite a lot of effort for the Banyan Tree King to condense a single fruit of wisdom, the monastery of Chan monastery of Devanaga had to expend the power of belief that they had accumulated over 10,000 years each time they held a Dharma assembly. They were as careful as they could be with every single person they chose. Junior brother Qingshan is indeed not a demon king. In a Buddhist temple, one lamp opened his eyes and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the center of the Mahavira hall, under the gaze of the towering Buddha statue, Li Qingshan sat in an irregular posture. His hands were casually placed on his knees. His long black hair hung loosely, and there was a solemn aura on his bronze-colored face. Suddenly, the Buddha statue's slightly closed eyes seemed to open a little. Its thick golden lips spat out a mysterious Zen sound. In an instant, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. It seemed real yet illusory. The heavenly flower landed in his sea of consciousness, creating waves of ripples. As the ripples converged, many golden lotuses bloomed. Li Qingshan's posture gradually relaxed, and he simply sat cross-legged again. He supported his cheek with one hand, a thoughtful look on his face as if he had comprehended something. Outside the grand hall, the dauntless monk's face eased up. He really does possess a Buddhist nature. If a demon king from the demon domain came to enjoy this meditation spell assembly, his will would definitely collapse, his demonic power would go out of control and he would die on the spot. However, there was not a hint of struggle on his face. He accepted it calmly, which showed that he was not a demon king. Senior brother, you're still worried. The unraging monk smiled. If you were the abbot, you would be the abbot. You're worried too, said the dauntless monk. Time passed. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened. Only the light on Great Buddha Mountain grew brighter and brighter. All of them knelt down in the direction of the Great Buddha Mountain. He prostrated himself in worship. Suddenly, A streak of seven-colored light approached from afar, barging into the golden sky and landing in front of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He turned into a monk with a ruddy complexion and high spirits. He wore a large red kasaya with golden threads and was adorned with jewels that emitted a strange light. He held a 9-ringed Buddhist staff in his hand, and as he walked, clanking sounds rang out. "Welcome, Senior Brother Seven Treasures. Apologies for not going out to meet you." With a boom, the mountain gate swung open. The various doors on the mountain opened one after another, and the dauntless monk personally came out to receive them. He brought his palms together and bowed. "Junior Brother Dauntless, ever since you succeeded as the abbot of the monastery, it's already been 130 years since we last met." The monk king of the Seven Treasures returned the gesture and smiled, but it vanished in a flash. "Please?" The dauntless monk waved his hand, and the two monks arrived at the top of the mountain together, greeting the unraging monk again. "Unfortunately, the main hall has been occupied today. Please come sit in the side hall, Senior Brother," said the dauntless monk. "May I ask who is in there listening to the meditation assembly?" The monk king of the Seven Treasures pointed at the main hall and asked. "A disciple." The dauntless monk was reluctant to talk too much. He exchanged glances with the unraging monk, both wondering why the monk king of the Seven Treasures had come. The three of them sat down in the side hall, and the young monk served them tea. The monk king of the Seven Treasures touched his lips before setting it down gently. "Is this tea not to your liking, Senior Brother?" the dauntless monk asked. "I'm used to the 3-leaf Bodhi tea of the Lingua Temple. Other teas just lack a hint of Zen," said the monk king of the Seven Treasures. "The temple is cramped, so there's no better tea. However, there are a few jars of fine alcohol. Will you be able to drink it, Senior Brother Seven Treasures?" The unraging monk chuckled and drank all the tea in his cup. "Junior Brother Unraging is still the same as before. Although your murderousness has lessened by a lot, the smell of alcohol and meat has become heavier. The school of Zen may not be bound by secular etiquette, but we still have to abide by the precepts of Buddhism, or how are we supposed to set an example for the masses?" The monk king of the Seven Treasures frowned slightly. "Only Senior Brother Seven Treasures can shoulder the great responsibility of setting an example for the masses. Someone as slow-witted as me can only hope," said the unraging monk. The monk king of the Seven Treasures could hear the mockery in his words. He smiled. "I'd advise you not to be too impudent today, Junior Brother." The unraging monk raised an eyebrow. Right when he was about to say something, the dauntless monk asked, "You never come without a reason. Why have you come to the Green Province instead of cultivating in the Dragon Province, Senior Brother?" "Speaking of which, this does have something to do with Junior Brother Unraging. Do you have a disciple called Li Qingshan?" asked the monk king of the Seven Treasures. The unraging monk shivered inside. "That's right. 7 days ago, the third crown prince of Great Xia, Si Qing, wrote a letter to the imperial court, saying that this Li Qingshan practiced demonic arts and became a demon king, becoming a lackey of the demon domain. Our great Lingua Temple bears the responsibility of monitoring all monks in the world, so we were given the orders of the imperial advisor of the left to specially investigate this matter. May I ask where Li Qingshan is right now? Get him out here." The monk king of the Seven Treasures said indifferently, but his words left no room for doubt. He directly treated the Chan monastery of Devanaga as his own backyard. When he recalled Si Qing's instructions and promises before he had set off, his confidence became firmer. Li Qingshan had destroyed Si Qing's body, and he had finally found a new body after much difficulty. He spent a lot of time merging it with his soul, but it was unavoidable for his cultivation to suffer a great loss. His hatred towards Li Qingshan ran as deep as the ocean. Originally, when the crown prince's body was destroyed and he was basically on the brink of death, that was enough for the imperial court to fly into a thunderous rage. However, it was a fair duel with Li Qingshan, and he was the one who had proposed a duel to the death. If they made things difficult for him because of that, he would just be asking to be humiliated. He would only become a laughingstock. As a result, he came up with this idea. The dauntless monk frowned. Sure enough, he had come with ill intentions. The Lingua Temple was known as the greatest temple in the world, the leader of the Buddhist sects of the 9 provinces. The abbot of the Lingua Temple was one of the 2 grand imperial advisors of Great Xia, possessing the status of commanding all the Buddhist disciples in the world. Even when the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga took over the legacy, they had to obtain permission from the Lingua Temple. Although it was just a formality, it was enough to demonstrate their might. Apart from their status, they also possessed corresponding strength. There were countless monk kings in the past. Even in today's Great Xia's decline, the dauntless monks still dared not underestimate them. Bastard! The unraging monk cursed aloud. What did you say? The monk king of the Seven Treasures was infuriated. Senior brother Seven Treasures, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you but this kid, Si Qing. He lost in the duel, but instead of working hard on his cultivation, he slandered my disciple as a demon king. He's utterly humiliated the imperial family. Archon Monastery of Devanaga possesses a secret technique, the demon suppression statuary. It might seem a little similar to demonic arts, but it's a genuine Buddhist cultivation method. I practice this cultivation method, so don't tell me I'm also a demon king? Chapter 1039. You are you and Li Qingshan is Li Qingshan. You can't mix them up. If he really hasn't fallen into the demonic path, why don't you let him out? The monk king of Seven Treasures questioned. The dauntless monk said, I'll be honest, senior brother Seven Treasures. The person currently listening to the assembly of meditation in the Grand Hall is Li Qingshan. If he really is a demon king, why would he still be alive? The Seven Treasures monk king's heart skipped a beat. The fact that Li Qingshan could listen to the meditation Dharma assembly in peace basically proved that Li Qingshan was not some demon king. However, he had not rushed over from the Dragon Province to prove that. Then all I can do is wait for the assembly of meditation to end. When the time comes, I'll have to invite your esteemed disciple to the Dragon Province with me. Senior brother Seven Treasures, isn't this a little too overbearing? The dauntless monk became stern. Let alone the fact that Li Qingshan practiced demonic arts, the Dragon Province would be the territory of the imperial clan. There were countless ways to deal with him. This matter concerns the crown prince of the imperial family, so I can't make a rash decision. We can only go to the Guiqing Temple and ask the imperial advisor of the left to decide who is right and who is wrong. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk exchanged glances. They both found the situation to be extremely troublesome. He was also an eminent monk of Buddhism, a monk king conferred by the empire. They could not treat him as an enemy. Once Li Qingshan emerged from seclusion, he would definitely kick up a fuss. Li Qingshan was not the type of person to be led around by the nose obediently. He could show mercy to the unraging monk, but he would definitely become tempted to kill a monk who had specially come from the Dragon Province to deal with him. By then, it would truly be impossible to deal with. In the blink of an eye, an entire night passed. When the sky lit up, the Buddhist glow gradually faded. The flowers drifted away, and the golden lotus wilted. The lofty Buddha closed its eyes. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. The entire world had changed as if a decade had passed. A hint of gentleness appeared on his tough face. He smiled. Interesting. Although the benefits of the Zen Heart Dharma assembly were not obvious, it had a far-reaching impact. It would allow one to have a deeper understanding of one's own cultivation path. He had also gained new insights into how to balance fire and water to further improve the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. This was equivalent to raising one's comprehension ability from the root. However, there were also some side effects such as compassionate heart. After all, it was a Buddhist great art, unlike the Banyan Tree King's pursuit of natural balance. Li Qingshan's ears twitched as he heard the sounds of argument coming from outside the door. Senior brother Seven Treasures, please wait. In front of the entrance of the Grand Hall, the unraging monk stopped the monk king of the Seven Treasures. Didn't the Diana Heart Method conference end? Please ask your disciple to come out and meet me. To obstruct him like this, could it be that he had a guilty conscience? Or perhaps devils? Seven Treasure Monk King said. Only you know who has ghosts and demons in your heart. A smear of anger flashed through the unraging monk's face. The monk king of the Seven Treasures was clearly targeting Li Qingshan because of Si Qing. After the Dharma assembly, I still need to meditate and comprehend it in order to completely master it. Senior martial brother, why don't you take a while longer? As the dauntless monk said that, he shot a glance at the unraging monk. Amitabha, don't misunderstand, Junior Unraging. I just don't want a 10,000-year-old monastery like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to become a place that hides filth and shelters demons. There's no harm in waiting a little longer. The monk king of the Seven Treasures instead seemed extremely composed. He refused to believe that Li Qingshan could hide in the Grand Hall for the rest of his life. The unraging monk hesitated before saying to Li Qingshan, Qingshan, don't come out for now. Master, who's outside? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. The unraging monk roughly explained the entire story, as well as his many worries about the Guqing temple. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it's unavoidable. If this damned Baldy dares to screw me over, I'll definitely make sure he doesn't leave the Green Province alive, Li Qingshan said firmly. He already found it rather regretful that he had failed to kill Si Qin, yet he was actually urging others to deal with him. What else was there to say? He would kill as many as they came. The unraging monk thought, oh no. There was a rumble behind him, and the door to the grand hall opened, revealing Li Qingshan's large figure. The wildflower blade at the end of his life was surprisingly placed on his back. Perhaps he had sensed his killing intent, but he instead calmed down and said nothing more. The monk king of the Seven Treasures' eyes flashed. He actually felt intimidated by Li Qingshan's bearing. Sure enough, a person who could destroy Si Qing's body was anything but ordinary. He had actually completely concealed his aura, so he must have been purposefully hiding something. It was said that this child was not even a century old, so he must have ties to the demon domain. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to achieve his cultivation at such a young age unless he received the assistance of some powerful existence. You're Li Qingshan? I am. Li Qingshan stepped over the door sill and arrived before the monk king of the Seven Treasures. He took less than 10 steps. Pay a visit to the Dragon Province with me. The monk king of the Seven Treasures said indifferently, naturally giving off a sense of superiority and command. This was the pride he had nurtured since he came from the Guqing temple. Regardless of the sect or temple, all Buddhist disciples in the world had to obey the orders of the Guqing temple. Why should I? Li Qingshan asked coldly. What do you want to fight me? The monk king of the Seven Treasures smiled as if Li Qingshan's resistance was both within his expectations, yet it was also very laughable. Why can't I? Li Qingshan smiled as well. Your viciousness and rebellious nature truly are as clear as day. Very well. I just happen to want to see just what your demonic arts are capable of. The staff in the monk king of the Seven Treasures paused, and the golden rings clanged. It was impossible for Li Qingshan to hide his aura during a battle. As long as they could test his true cultivation, as long as he had even the slightest connection to demon folk, they did not even have to take him back to the Dragon Province. Chapter 1040. Li Qingshan smiled. Little and landed gently in front of the grand hall. The sunlight gilded her. When she smiled, even the heavenly flowers and golden lotuses dimmed. She did not hide her aura. Her surroundings seemed to be enshrouded in a Buddhist glow, possessing both the restraint and self-discipline of the school of Vinaya and the cleverness and naturalness of a Zen disciple. One will greets the dauntless abbot. Amitabha. One will you finally returned. The dauntless monk suppressed the joy on his face and chanted the Buddha's name softly. Compared to a secular disciple like Li Qingshan who was so mischievous that he had almost fallen into the demonic path, Little and was the true star of hope for the monastery. Her almost godlike rate of cultivation had left him overjoyed once again. The unraging monk glanced at Li Qingshan. Compared to his murderous, unruly appearance, the goddess-like Little and did indeed possess the bearing of a Buddhist disciple. Your one will? The monk king of the Seven Treasures' eyes lit up. He attempted to scrutinize Little Anne with a critical gaze, but he discovered he could not find any faults with her at all. Even though it was just her bluish-white monk's robes, it made his embroidered kasaya pale in comparison, yet he could not develop any jealousy. Little Anne nodded and said nothing more. You want to compete with me? The monk king of the Seven Treasures asked. Little Anne nodded again. She remained rather impolite, but she seemed dignified and generous, such that the monk king of the Seven Treasures was unable to develop any anger at all. Instead he praised, I've heard of your great name in the Lingua Temple, but I never thought you'd already undergone the third heavenly tribulation. You truly are a Buddhist genius. You're too kind, monk king. You want to compete with me for this child? The monk king of the Seven Treasures pointed at Li Qingshan. For the monastery. Little Anne brought her palms together and said in a manner that was neither obsequious nor overbearing. Amitabha. The dauntless monk chanted the Buddha's name, feeling gratified from the bottom of his heart. Li Qingshan curled his lips and thought to himself, this old man, I've done so many good deeds, but you've turned a blind eye to it. Little Anne's words have made you so happy. It seemed that even the eminent monks of Buddhism could not avoid being deceived by this great beauty illusion. Especially after she comprehended the unity of Buddha and devil, and found her human heart, her great beauty illusion reached a new realm. Moreover, it seemed to have a special effect on Buddhists. The Seven Treasures Monk King pondered for a moment, then sighed, "Forget it, we are both Buddhist disciples, I don't want to fight with you." Li Qingshan couldn't help but say, "Hey, I'm also a Buddhist disciple even though I'm a layman disciple." The Monk King of the Seven Treasures glanced at Li Qingshan. He felt that it was beneath him to talk to him. Then he said to Little and amicably, "With your cultivation, it's enough for you to be conferred the title of Monk King. Why don't you come with me to the Lingua Temple in the Dragon Province to be conferred the title? The Imperial Advisor has asked about you before. He'll definitely bestow you with grace when he sees you." "The Imperial Advisor knows me too?" Little asked. "Yeah, and he even praised me very much. Now that I've seen you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Senior Brother Seven Treasures, you don't have to go to the Lingua Temple to be conferred the title of Monk King, right?" The dauntless monk immediately stood forward to object. He felt an intense sense of danger. There's a saying, it's a waste to be a monk if you don't go to the Lingua Kingdom. Being conferred the title is only a small matter. Broadening your horizons is what's important. After seeing Little Anne, the Monk King of the Seven Treasures changed his target for this trip. Standing up for Si Qing was only a small matter. Recruiting a talented disciple for the Lingua Temple was what was important. The reason why the Lingua Temple could become the greatest temple in the world was not because of the support of the Great Xia Empire alone. Instead, it had absorbed talents from the entire 9 provinces and constantly nurtured its foundation. There would be a time when the Great Xia Empire would fade away, but the Lingua Temple could continue on for generations to come. Many of the talents that the Lingua Temple absorbed were outstanding disciples from other temples and sections. However, they would never force their way in, nor was there a need for them to force their way in, as Buddhist disciples all had the habit of traveling the world to broaden their horizons and temper their minds. As a holy land of Buddhism, the Lingua Temple was often their first choice. Countless monks visited the Lingua Temple. As long as they demonstrated sufficient strength or potential, they would receive special treatment, and the resources they received would be even greater than what they received from their original sections. Most of these monks stayed there. Although they did not originate from the Lingua Temple, they were no different from the monks of the Lingua Temple. As time went by, the Lingua Temple became stronger and stronger, and it could absorb the strengths of others, accepting the thoughts of various schools of thought. Even if many monks could not receive special treatment, they were still willing to stay there to cultivate, increasing their cultivation through constant communication. Although the other temples and sects had lost disciples, they could only suffer in silence, as this was a set of rules that had existed since the founding of Buddhism. It was of great benefit to the entire Buddhism, and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was no different from the Green Province. One has just returned from the Mist Province. There's no need for her to go to the Dragon Province to broaden her horizons. The dauntless monk's face immediately sank, and his voice became cold and forceful. The Mist Province is a land of wilderness. Evil sects run rampant, and demonic cultivators run amok. How can it be mentioned in the same breath as the Dragon Province and the Lingua Temple? The Monk King of Seven Treasures answered with a question. In Senior Brother Seven Treasures' opinion, even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga of the Green Province is nowhere close to the Lingua Temple. The dauntless monk said coldly. "I've never said that," said the Monk King of Seven Treasures, but his expression was even more convincing than his words. "Don't go too far, Seven Treasures. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, not the Lingua Temple." The dauntless monk was angered, but he was actually rather guilty. Little Anne had not grown up in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, so her extraordinary temperament was particularly difficult to grasp. She did not seem to have much loyalty towards the sect, only a bitter pursuit of the ultimate Buddhist Dharma. Going to the Guiqing Temple was indeed the best choice, let alone the fact that the Imperial Advisor had taken a liking to her. If she really agreed to go to the Lingua Temple to cultivate, it would not even be considered a betrayal. "What, do you want my blood to splatter across Great Buddha Mountain too, Junior Brother?" The Monk King of Seven Treasures smiled. As the dauntless monk and the Monk King of Seven Treasures confronted each other over whether Little Anne would stay or go, Li Qingshan suddenly felt like he had become irrelevant. He could not help but shrug. "Does this have anything to do with me?" Little Anne arrived beside him silently and held his hand gently. "It's fine. Girl, you sure know how to steal the limelight. You're basically the bane of monks." Li Qingshan rubbed her head and raised his head, only to see the Monk King of Seven Treasures glaring at him. "The bane of monks? How horrible." Little Anne stuck out her tongue and said to the Monk King of Seven Treasures, Master, thank you for your kindness, but forgive me for not being able to go to the Dragon Province for now. The dauntless monk sighed inside. Some things had not changed after all. He was unable to stop her from going to the Mist Province in the past, but he never thought there would be a day when he would use this method to make her stay in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Fine then. The monk king of 7 treasures sighed. Suddenly he looked at Li Qingshan again. Do you still want to clash with me? Up to you. After what had happened, especially after seeing Little and his temper had improved. He no longer had much killing intent anymore. Then come at me. The monk king of 7 treasures swung his staff. Master 7 treasures, I think you'd better let me experience what you're capable of. Move aside. I said I don't want to clash with you. Chapter 1041. All right. The monk king of the 7 treasures' eyes lit up. This was exactly the result he wanted. You can't. The dauntless monk said before turning to the monk king of the 7 treasures. 7 treasures, you're bullying the weak. Do you really think there's no one in our Chan Monastery of Devanaga? Junior brother, Wunwil is no longer a child. Before long she'll be conferred the title of monk king and stand on equal footing with us. Can't she even decide something as minor as this for herself? The monk king of the 7 treasures had already become certain that Little and was purposefully losing to him so that he could join the Lingua Temple legitimately. This competition was just to give the dauntless monk an explanation. Don't worry, Abbot. I won't lose, said Little N. Look. The monk king of the 7 treasures smiled at the dauntless monk. He did not take Little Ann's words to heart at all. Having reached this point, even the dauntless monk was unable to stop him anymore. He glanced at Little Ann deeply. You're on your own. Wunwil, you go first. The monk king of the 7 treasures said to Little Ann amicably. Please go first, master. Little Ann let go of Li Qingshan's hand and made his way over slowly. Fair enough. The monk king of the 7 treasures waved his hand, and the golden threads and jewels on his kasaya glistened under the sunlight. He was in no hurry to fight. He asked, Do you know why I'm known as the 7 treasures? There are 7 treasures in Buddhism. The master's name originates from them, said Little N. Which 7 treasures? Violet gold, silver, glass, crystal, giant clam, coral, and amber. That's right. I practice the scripture of the 7 treasures of the Lingua Temple. Among the current Buddhist disciples, only I've reached such a level with this cultivation method, and I've also refined the 7 treasures of Buddhism. They serve as my life-bound Buddhist treasures, the monk king of the 7 treasures said rather complacently. The dauntless monk frowned. Arcane treasures were fine too. Buddhist treasures were fine too. Cultivators could only wield a limited number. Although he could wield 7 Buddhist treasures, their power would definitely be greatly affected, and they would interfere with one another. When he faced an enemy, he was instead better off using 2 or 3 Buddhist treasures. On the other hand, the 7 treasures monk king could use 7 Buddhist treasures at the same time. Not only was their power not reduced at all, but they were even able to complement each other and display even greater effects. Even if they weren't invincible, there were very few people who could defeat them. No matter how talented Little N was, he had only just undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. His cultivation was already significantly weaker than the 7 treasures of the Buddhist sect. There was no chance of victory at all. Master's Dharma is profound, I am impressed. When the 7 treasures monk monarch heard this, he faintly smiled and raised the staff in his hand. The golden rings jingled. This Buddhist staff is made of purple gold. If you want to slay demons, this treasure is enough. Today, I might as well let you experience it. During the conversation, a silver light flashed and another silver wheel flew out of his sleeve. As it spun, it emitted a dazzling silver light, illuminating the summit of the mountain in a silvery white color. Its sharpness was enough to split mountains. A large golden hand that seemed both real and illusory reached out from behind the 7 treasure monk king, raising a glazed cup. Light rippled within, giving one the feeling that it contained a great lake. Once it was poured down, it would flood Great Buddha Mountain. Wonderful. Little N praised. These 3 Buddhist treasures were not only external objects, used to defeat the enemy, they were also closely related to the 7 treasures monk king, as if they were one. After cultivating these 7 treasures and receiving the title of monk king, all the opponents I have met in my life can at most make me use these 3 treasures. The 7 treasures monk king said. I wonder what the other 4 treasures look like? Little N did not have the slightest battle intent, as if he was a humble disciple asking for guidance from his master. Since you have spoken, then let me broaden your horizons. The 7 treasures monk king smiled and took out the 7 treasures. A 7-colored crystal sword, an unpolished white clam, a bright red coral mountain, as well as a string of amber beads. Each of them emitted a different kind of radiance. In a split second, the light of the treasures shone in all directions, shining brightly, surpassing the blazing sun rising from the east. The 7 treasures monk king stood at the center of this myriad of colors. A faintly discernible Buddha image appeared behind him. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, overflowing with light and color. Its 6 arms were extended, each holding one of the 6 treasures, appearing even more dignified and magnificent. This is Duobao Tathagata, the Buddha of the Eastern Pure World of Treasures, as well as the Buddha I worship. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk both lowered their heads and chanted Duobao Tathagata's Buddhist name. Although the school of Chan worshipped the Buddha in their hearts, where there was no need for anything beyond the Dharma, they still maintained absolute reverence towards the true Buddha, even if it was just an illusion or a statue. Only Li Qingshan straightened his neck and stared straight at the Buddha image. Apart from the color being a little prettier, it did not seem to be much different from the other Buddha images. What an unfilial son. If it weren't for the fact that I had other plans today, I definitely would have made you suffer. The 7 treasures monk king was displeased, but he viewed little An's posture of gazing at the Buddha as a sign of reverence towards the Buddhist Dharma. I can practice the scripture of the 7 treasures Dharma essence not only because of my talent and comprehension, but also because of the great support of the Lingua Temple, which is why I can refine the 7 treasures. If it were a regular sect, even if they possessed a cultivation method like this, no one would be able to practice it. The dauntless monk could not refute the 7 treasures monk king's words. Not only were the 7 Buddhist treasures precious because of their great value, but they were also difficult to collect. Only the Dragon Province had a collection of all the wondrous treasures in the world. What do you think? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you still want to compete? The 7 treasures monk king smiled at little N. One will, if you want to go, then go. With your talent and comprehension, you'll be able to stand out no matter where you go. The dauntless monk let out a long sigh. He did not even have confidence in defeating the 7 treasures monk king. At most, he could only remain undefeated. Little An's bet was basically delivering himself to him. Master of the 7 treasures, I can defeat you. Little An's voice was just as calm as before. Even the respect towards the 7 treasures monk king from his tone and expression did not decrease at all. However, what he said left everyone stunned apart from Li Qingshan. In particular, the 7 treasures monk king doubted his ears. He looked at little An. What did you say? Li Qingshan sat on the high sill of the grand hall as if it had nothing to do with him. Normally speaking, it was impossible for him to defeat the 7 treasures monk king if he hid the path of white bone and great beauty and just his cultivation in the Buddhist Dharma. However, he was even more at ease with little An than with himself. I can defeat you, said little An. The 7 treasures monk king smiled instead of becoming angry. All right then. Come at me. Be careful. Little An extended his right hand and also revealed a Buddhist treasure. A string of golden prayer beads was attached to his pure white wrist that seemed to be carved from ivory. With a gentle wave of his hand, it scattered into a sky of golden stars, vaguely falling into a formation and flying towards the 7 treasures monk king. The 7 treasures monk king originally did not take the prayer beads seriously. It was just a regular Buddhist treasure. Only when the 33 prayer beads enveloped him did his expression change in shock. That's impossible. Chapter 1042. Immediately, the resplendent glow was suppressed viciously, circling several meters around the monk king of the 7 treasures. The figure of Duobao Rulai behind him shuddered as well, as if it could collapse at any time. This. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had no idea how to describe their current feelings with words. Then they looked at little An together. Little An's eyes remained as calm as ever. There was no complacency on his face at all. He remained humble and polite. Master of the 7 treasures, this is my Buddhist treasure. Please guide me. The monk king of the 7 treasures was no longer in the mood to respond to her. He powered the 7 Buddhist treasures as hard as he could, charging left and right. The 33 golden prayer beads revolved, but they did not continue to press down. Instead, they allowed the monk king of the 7 treasures to destroy the formation. In order to hide the cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty, The skeleton demon formation was not able to unleash its full power, but it still easily suppressed the monk king of the 7 treasures. No matter what he did, he was unable to shake it at all. The red sun rose up in the east slowly. Time passed by slowly. The monk king of the 7 treasures' forehead became covered in sweat. He was no longer in high spirits like he just now. He was filled with worry. Everything before him had exceeded his imagination, such that he still struggled to accept it. Little and suddenly took a step forward. His right hand landed on the hilt of the blade on his waist. As he walked, the skull prayer beads pressed down slowly, like a mountain pressing down. It was unstoppable. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. She wanted to use vexation severing? If she used vexation severing, the dauntless monk would definitely recognize it. How was she supposed to explain it then? Little N arrived before the monk king of the 7 treasures. The skull prayer beads had already pressed down on a radius of several meters around him. The figure of Duobao Rulai collapsed loudly. Under his shocked gaze, the blade flashed like snow. Don't. The dauntless monk stopped him loudly. No matter how much he loathed the monk king of the 7 treasures, he could not allow his blood to actually splatter across Great Buddha Mountain. Otherwise, how was he supposed to face all the Buddhists in the world? The Lingua Temple would never just let the matter go, but everything had happened far too quickly. He was actually unable to stop it in time. In the blink of an eye, the glow of treasures, the Buddhist glow, and the blade all vanished. The 7 treasures monk king sat on the ground, his expression fluctuating. Sometimes he frowned in contemplation, sometimes he was vexed and remorseful, and sometimes he smiled happily. Little and sheathed his saber and stood there quietly. Could this saber be? The dauntless monk exclaimed. The moment the vexation-severing blade was drawn, he had clearly seen the blade's appearance. Although the vexation-severing blade had already been lost for many years, every single curve was clearly engraved in the minds of the past abbot. They dared not forget it, nor could they forget it. The impact it had on him was even greater than the 33 Buddhist prayer beads. Trouble-severing blade. What do you think? Little and waved his right hand like a willow branch, and the skull prayer beads returned to his wrist. So, this is the trouble-severing blade. It is indeed mysterious. 7 treasures thanks me. 7 treasures monk king stood up, put his palms together and bowed deeply to Little N. Master, you don't have to be so polite. Little N stepped aside. What a waste of my several centuries of cultivation. I was caught up in greed, but I didn't even realize it. I even became arrogant and committed the sin of lying. It's all thanks to your strike that I was enlightened, the monk king of the 7 treasures said in shame. If it were not for the fact that he knew about the wondrous power of the trouble-severing blade, Li Qingshan basically would have suspected that Little N had smashed the monk king of the 7 treasures' head. The effects were basically perfect. If he took action, killing the monk king of the 7 treasures would be easy, but he would definitely make a great enemy out of the Lingua Temple. Even if he failed and did not kill him, the monk king of the 7 treasures would definitely return in resentment. He would gain another enemy from then on. Li Qingshan had never been afraid of falling out with people, but he hated trouble. Little An's strike really did seem like he was cutting off his troubles. I'm returning to the Lingua Temple for secluded cultivation. Farewell. The monk king of the 7 treasures let out a long sigh. Take care, senior brother 7 treasures. The dauntless monk was in a hurry to ask about the trouble-severing blade, so he was in no mood to make the monk king of the 7 treasures stay. Before he left, the monk king of the 7 treasures said to Li Qingshan, even if you're not a demon king, you're definitely not a Buddhist. The crown prince of Xiqing's grievances with you run as deep as the ocean, so you better take care of yourself. Don't worry, master. All men have their revenge. I'll cut down a clown like him sooner or later, Li Qingshan said. The monk king of the 7 treasures glanced at Li Qingshan deeply before saying to Little Anne, the bestowment of the monk king will arrive very soon. The gates of the Lingua Temple are always open to you. Only then did he take off. Compared to when he came, he seemed much more discreet. One will, where did you obtain the trouble-severing blade? As soon as the monk king of the 7 treasures had left, the dauntless monk asked in a hurry. Dauntless abbot, this isn't the place to talk, Little Anne said. As a result, they arrived in the grand hall. Little Anne drew out the trouble-severing blade again and passed it to the dauntless monk. The dauntless monk accepted the trouble-severing blade with both hands. His mind was in turmoil, completely drawn away by the blade in his hand. He murmured, sure enough, it really is the trouble-severing blade. He could not be blamed for being so excited. The trouble-severing blade held far too great a significance to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Even 10 Buddhist treasures paled in comparison. The blade was given to me by the Golden Cicada Spirit King, said little Anne. The Golden Cicada Spirit King? Only then did the dauntless monk shift his eyes away from the trouble-severing blade. He frowned slightly. This was a name that the Chan monastery of Devanaga could never forget. Why did he give it to you? He used the chant of Devanaga as an exchange, said little Anne. You? The dauntless monk pointed at little Anne. If a regular disciple were bold enough to pass on the supreme cultivation technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga to the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he would directly capture them. Even if he took back the trouble-severing blade, he would still punish them heavily. I've violated the sect's rules. Please punish me, Abbot, said little Anne. Forget it. You've done a great service to the Chan monastery of Devanaga by retrieving the blade. You can say your merits make up for your faults. The dauntless monk hesitated a few times, but in the end, he still waved his hand helplessly. Rules and precepts were important, but they had to be flexible. As the abbot, he still had to consider the Chan monastery of Devanaga's 10,000-year-old heritage first. There was no reason for him to destroy his own foundation. And, upon further thought, if the Golden Cicada Spirit King offered him something like that, he would have to consider it. With little Anne's identity and cultivation, he already had the right to make a decision like that for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Thinking like that, he felt much better. I'm not just exchanging for the blade, added little Anne. What else? The dauntless monk asked. And the soaring Locust King's life, said little Anne. What? The Golden Cicada Spirit King is about to ascend soon. I've already told the soaring Locust King about this. Little Anne's explanation was simple, but none of the people present were stupid. They immediately outlined a rough plan in their heads. The soaring Locust King's hatred for the Golden Cicada Spirit King ran extremely deep. When the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascended, the soaring Locust King would definitely stop him regardless of the consequences. As long as they cast down an inescapable net, they would definitely be able to kill the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Perhaps they could put an end to the millennia of grievances between the Chan monastery of Devanaga and the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Li Qingshan looked at little Anne in surprise. This had already completely deviated from their original plan. If everything really went according to their expectations, they could completely remain uninvolved and watch the great cultivators of the Green Province surround and kill the soaring Locust King. They would not have to take any risks at all. Chapter 1043. The dauntless monk hesitated. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Little Anne immediately understood. He smiled. Abbot, do you want to try the power of the trouble-severing blade too? Yeah. Who doesn't have troubles in life? The dauntless monk shook his head with a smile. Little Anne said nothing more. He swung the blade in a backhand manner, and the hall was illuminated by the blade before rapidly returning to its darkness. The dauntless monk brought his palms together and stood where he was, without moving at all. Only a while later did he open his eyes and praise, "This blade really is wondrous. Come. There's another one here." Li Qingshan placed his hand on the unraging monk's shoulder and called out to little Anne, "I have far too many troubles. I can't cut them down, so it's fine if I don't cut them down. It's just like how people stop itching when they have too many lice, and they stop worrying when they have too many troubles." The unraging monk swatted away Li Qingshan's hand and chuckled. "The master is wise, so you obviously don't need the assistance of an external object like this," said little Anne. "I've already called one lamp over. He's only a step away from the third heavenly tribulation, so he happens to be in need of this blade," said the dauntless monk. The unraging monk did not need it, but the thousands of disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga did. After personally experiencing the wondrous power of the trouble-severing blade, he had already formed a picture of this in his head. All of the disciples of the monastery would be free of worries, and their cultivation would advance drastically. "All right," said little Anne. The dauntless monk mentioned a few more names and thought. They were all renowned figures in the monastery. People would always have some troubles in life, and the troubles of cultivators were not necessarily any less than those of mortals. In particular, mortals could live with their troubles, but cultivators, especially Buddhist cultivators, would struggle to advance their cultivation if they could not put an end to their troubles. If their troubles ran too deep, they would turn into inner demons. The trouble-severing blade was basically a savior that had descended from the heavens. Even if Little An did not inherit the position of abbot, he would still possess an extremely great status as the wielder of the blade, not to mention his startling strength. Standing before the dauntless monk, he no longer seemed weak at all. "Senior brother, worries are Bodhi?" the unraging monk said suddenly. If a person had never encountered any troubles since birth, then they definitely did not possess so-called intelligence. If they did not possess intelligence, then even if their troubles were temporarily severed, they would definitely return very soon. It would all be for naught at the end of the day. Amit Ba, junior brother, is right. I was too happy. The dauntless monk rearranged the list in his head, greatly reducing the number of people on it. He secretly made up his mind that the trouble-severing blade could only be used to save disciples who were deeply troubled, almost turning into an inner demon. Before long, the people on the list arrived at the Hall of Great Strength. Li Qingshan noticed that some of them were strong and some were weak, but they all looked miserable. An old monk in particular looked like a patient with severe depression. His eyes were sunken and his face was ashen. In comparison, even the ugly face of one lamp was more pleasing to the eye. "Abbot, why did you summon us here?" Monk Eating asked. "You've all been plagued by troubles, which has affected your cultivations. One will just happen to retrieve the sect treasure of our monastery, the trouble-severing blade. You can give it a try," said the dauntless monk. The monks were all excited and surprised. The trouble-severing blade. Is it really that trouble-severing blade? Didn't it end up in the hands of the Golden Cicada Spirit King? Another person asked. "Though, Abbot, the trouble-severing blade is the supreme treasure of our monastery. It won't be that easy to control, right?" "You don't have to worry. One will has already undergone the third heavenly tribulation. She'll be conferred the title of Monk King soon." The hall fell silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on little Anne, who did not know what the two words Monk King meant. The dauntless monk said, "If there's anyone who doesn't want to rely on external objects and wants to resolve their troubles with their own willpower, please take a step back." A while later, not a single monk took a step back. The dauntless monk nodded in satisfaction. At least they all knew their limits. "There's no need for you to feel that relying on external objects is shameful. I've just tested the blade myself, and the Monk King of the Seven Treasures from the Lingua Temple has benefited tremendously too. Although the effects of the trouble-severing blade are only temporary, as long as you remember the feeling of that split second and maintain a clear mind, it'll definitely bring great benefits to your cultivation." As a result, the monks took turns stepping forward to receive little Anne's strike. Li Qingshan watched on from one side and sighed inside. She really has changed. On the left shoulder of Great Buddha Mountain, in a quiet monastery, Li Qingshan pushed open the moon gate and gazed at the rising and falling mountains in the distance. However, he felt rather unsettled inside. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, "You've finished severing them all?" "Yep." Little Anne stood quietly under the Bodhi tree in the courtyard. "That's good." The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Only the moonlight shone down quietly. Li Qingshan organized his words, but he had no idea how to start. "Qingshan, are you blaming me for changing the plan on my own?" "I'm not blaming you. You're doing this for my own good. However, we owe the Golden Cicada Spirit King a debt of gratitude. Aren't you biting the hand that fed you?" Li Qingshan frowned. He had always been a person who kept clear tabs on his debts of gratitude, but little Anne's plan had sold out the Golden Cicada Spirit King as well. It went against his principles. Little Anne strolled over to his side and leaned into his arms gently. Helping the Golden Cicada Spirit King successfully ascend is also part of the plan. "What do you mean?" "We have two objectives. The first is to help the Golden Cicada Spirit King, and the second is to kill the Soaring Locust King. However, the Soaring Locust King isn't that easy to kill." Li Qingshan nodded. A great demon king with no bottom line was far too disgusting. "But if the two of us work together, we should have a 70 to 80% chance of success." "No, it's not that high. I'm the greatest variable. The Green Province is not the sea." When the Golden Cicada Spirit King undergoes his tribulation, it'll definitely draw the attention of all the great cultivators, and once I unleash the path of white bone and great beauty, the Buddhist sects of the world will no longer tolerate me. I'll definitely be treated as a great enemy by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It might even lead to a chaotic battle, but I'm unwilling to kill a single person from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. And if the Golden Cicada Spirit King wants to ascend successfully, it's very likely that the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will be an obstacle only second to the Soaring Locust King. I believe the dauntless abbot hopes for him to die with the soaring locust king the most, so instead of leaving it up to fate, it's better to reduce the number of variables as much as possible. I've already told the dauntless abbot that the golden cicada spirit king is willing to risk failing his ascension to destroy the soaring locust king. The golden cicada spirit king has done that in the past, so it won't be difficult for him to convince others. He's also handed over the affliction-severing blade, so you can treat it as him taking the initiative to make peace. I believe the dauntless abbot will make the correct choice. Little Anne's eyes shone with a wise light. Li Qingshan was immediately rendered speechless. Not only did her plan give them greater confidence in killing the soaring locust king, but it also gave the golden cicada spirit king even greater assurance in his ascension. It also did not require them to fight for their lives. And it was grand and honorable. She did not let down the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the golden cicada spirit king, or even him. Chapter 1044. You just don't like to think about these things. Little Anne smiled. I've already prepared myself for a great battle against the soaring locust king. You sure know how to ruin my plans. Li Qingshan pinched her nose, half blaming and half doting. I just want to help you avoid as much trouble as possible, Little Anne said, feeling wronged. I know, but you should discuss it with me first in the future. Sometimes, the simplest and most effective method is not necessarily the best method. No trouble means no challenge. My path is about advancing bravely, not hiding in the shadows and scheming. So, I suddenly understand what it means to be troubled. Looks like I didn't eat the fruit of wisdom for nothing after all. Little Anne could not help but laugh. She bit her lip and said, Yeah, I promise. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently. The red mole between her eyebrows was still as clear as ever, but her appearance had already changed from that of a confused child to that of a beautiful young lady. Her petite figure had become slender as well. Most importantly, she now had her own ideas and thoughts, which both comforted him and made him feel slightly melancholic. You'll probably be staying here for a few days, right? I want to participate in the entire plan. Fair enough. I'll make some time to pay a visit to the Sword Collection Palace and draw out the sword they owe me. Although the treasured sword of the Sword Collection Palace was already indispensable to Li Qingshan, it would be a waste if he did not want it. He could even take some revenge on the Sword Collection Palace, so why not? The Sword Collection Palace. Little Anne said in thought. What's wrong? Nothing. You're stuttering again. Alright, since you've recovered your memories, just who did this to you back then? Was it that Ming Fei, or whatever? We have to avenge her. It's hard to say. Little Anne shook her head. She was also slightly doubtful. It's not like we're in a hurry. Once this is over, we'll investigate it properly. I don't care which bastard did it. I'll drag them out one by one and let them bleed. As Li Qingshan said that, he was about to set off north. Little Anne refused to let go and said gently, We'll leave tomorrow. All right. Thus, the two of them quietly embraced each other, gazing at the boundless mountains under the moonlight. Although they did not say much, they had a tacit understanding. On the top of Great Buddha Mountain, the dauntless monk watched this from afar and frowned a few times. In the end, he let out a long sigh and returned to his meditation room. He considered the person he wanted to contact this time. Of course, Chu Lai King was number one. King Chu's mansion. The steward of the prince's mansion led the two through winding corridors and arrived in front of a quiet little building. Before the steward could speak, the door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked out. He was dressed in a green luxurious robe and held a book in his hand. He looked at the two people behind the steward indifferently. One of them was a short old man with a face as black as charcoal, and the other was a slender woman with a face as white as jade. The woman's cultivation base was obviously a level higher than the old man's, but she was very respectful towards him. They were Ru Xen and Hua Xiai. Hua Xiai and Ru Xen from the School of Medicine greet your majesty. Chu Lai King asked, I heard you have a way to deal with the locust plague. I do, Ru Xen said confidently. You're not human? Chu Lai King squinted his eyes slightly. He could tell that Ru Xen possessed the presence of other folk with a single glance. He found it strange that he was unable to immediately determine which race she belonged to. Is that important? Ru Xen answered with a question. Answer honestly. Whether it's important or not isn't up to you to decide, the steward scolded. In a small garden in the king's estate, the caretaker's attitude clearly became much more polite. Yes, said Hua Xiai. Congratulations, master. Congratulations. You're going to become an honored guest of the king's estate. Wuxia clasped her hands and smiled. You could have just come. Why did you have to drag me along? Originally, Wuxia refused to come to the king's estate with Wuxia. Wuxia had dragged him along. Looking at Wuxia before him, the little girl from back then had finally grown up to the point where she could make her own decisions, and she was finally no longer trapped by hatred. He could not help but sigh with a smile. If it weren't for the sake of giving you a better life, master, why would I have come all the way here? Said Wuxia. You've made the right decision to return, said Wuxia. Even he had never thought a plague could save the world. I still have to help you through the second heavenly tribulation after all. Look, even someone like Chen Rongji has become a golden core cultivator. Master, you've really been wasting your time in the past few years, said Wuxia. She's a genius like you. She's not someone an old man like me can compare to. Genius? It's just that she's suffered a lot. When Wuxia returned to the 100 schools of thought to invite Wuxia, she saw another genius who had boarded the isolated island where Chen Rongji lived. His name was Lin Xian or Chu Tian. Right now, it was hard for her to tell if the madness of these two people had been cured, or if it had become even worse, unable to extricate themselves from it. That makes sense. Meow. Chapter 1045. The night was bleak and hazy. A dim, crescent moon flickered in and out of the dark clouds. An empty city and a forest of buildings seemed to tell of its prosperity of the past. The night breeze blew gently, scattering white paper money across the ground, drifting about in the wind from time to time. Between the eerie buildings on a long street, a bright, black carriage drove over silently. Two glazed lanterns burned with green will-o'-the-wisps like gloomy eyes. However, the 4 large horses that pulled the carriage flickered in and out of sight. They did not make a single sound. The arrival of the carriage did not disturb the deathly silence of the city. Instead, it was like an underground river that flowed into a lake. The curtains were lifted, revealing a jade-like face. Wuxia scanned the surroundings, but her expression did not change at all. She looked back and asked, Your Highness, many people have died here, but there don't seem to be a lot of insect eggs. This was once one of the 81 prefectures of the Green Province. After the soaring locust king conquered the city, several million people died to the insects. At the same time, it became the largest insect nest in the north of the Green Province, giving birth to countless soaring locust demon generals and even demon commanders. However, after the cultivators of the Green Province slaughtered it with all their might, it had already been completely reduced to a dead city. The streets paved with limestone were not suitable for regular locusts to thrive. There are other insects here. The Dark Queen leaned back on the couch and gently stroked the cat in her arms. The black cat lay in her arms lazily. It did not seem particularly angry, which matched her bearing. People of the Sword Collection Palace? Wuxia asked casually. Should I praise you for being clever? The Dark Queen asked. There's no need for that. Wuxia smiled and let down the curtains, circulating the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace quietly. She did not go to the trouble of trying to persuade the Dark Queen to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even if this was the north of the Green Province, the territory controlled by the Sword Collection Palace. You really are very clever. The Dark Queen nodded slightly and lowered her head to the cat in her arms. Shenhue, be a good girl. I'll kill 2 people from the Sword Collection Palace to avenge you. Wuxia opened her eyes slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Don't trouble yourself, master. The people who bullied me are already dead. Shenhue waved her tail disinterestedly. How can they die? There's no end to the people of the Sword Collection Palace, but there will be a day when I kill them all and refine them into ghost slaves. The Dark Queen said faintly as a faint smile appeared on her pale, gloomy face. Shenhue raised her head and glanced at the Dark Queen. He curled up his body. He knew that she was not talking to him. She had been like this ever since the battle at Burial Mound Mountain. Perhaps it had been like this before, which was why she wanted to leave this comfortable place. To the distant Dragon Province. Meow. Then let's kill them. However, she no longer wanted to go to the Dragon Province. He thought to himself, I also want to avenge Big Black. Dragon King of the Sea, just you wait. How dare you kill my Big Black? I won't let you off. This belief was so hopeless, yet so resolute. The further the carriage traveled towards the center of the city, the more damaged the surrounding structures became. Buildings collapsed one by one, basically reduced to ruins. In the very center of the ruins, a man paced back and forth. He wore green clothes and held a broken sword. His expression was lonely. Nearby, a woman in violet sat on the eaves of a half-collapsed hall. She leaned on her hand as she gazed at the changing clouds in a daze. She was not a supreme beauty, but she possessed a thriving sense of vitality. Even the gloomy night and the miserable ruins were unable to influence her at all. Instead, it fueled the hope in her eyes. The man in green raised his head and saw her. His face warmed up. "Zijin, let's go back." "All right," Yu Zijin replied and leapt off the eaves. "Did you find anything, senior brother?" "The green ruined sword intent is far too profound. I'll probably need another century before I can completely comprehend it." Fu Qingjin was slightly doubtful. Ever since the green ruined sword broke, his cultivation in the past few years had been extremely smooth. He had even undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but ever since this year, he always felt like something was amiss when he comprehended the green ruined sword intent, as if he was missing something. That was why he was searching for inspiration in the ruins. "All right. When the time comes, we'll fuse the two swords and kill off all the monsters like the soaring Locust King." Yu Zijin's eyes shone brightly. Her killing intent was pure and clear. "You can't kill them all." Fu Qingjin shook his head gently. No matter how hard he worked, ruins like this would always appear. No matter how glorious a structure was, there would be a time when it collapsed. Blindly trying to protect it was just asking for trouble. Even if there were no demons that devoured or killed the thousands of lives, they would still die in the end. What did the so-called good and evil matter? "I have to kill them all even if I can't." Yu Zijin was stubborn. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll go with you." Fu Qingjin was confused as to why he would have such thoughts of confusing good and evil. Had he been too deeply influenced by the green ruined sword intent? However, after the green ruined sword broke, the influence of the previous masters of the green ruined sword had been eliminated. All of his thoughts should have originated from his own heart. "Thank you, senior brother. I also have to work hard on cultivation so that I can fuse the two swords with you as soon as possible," said Yu Zijin. Fu Qingjin looked into her eyes. A bright violet flowed through them. Yu Zijin asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Fu Qingjin shifted his gaze away first and shook his head. The green ruins and violet clouds were yin and yang. When one sword appeared, the other would definitely follow closely behind. Most sword masters were lovers. However, the strange thing was that they had spent so many years together. Their tacit understanding was already extremely deep, yet they did not develop any feelings for each other. Let's return to the Sword Collection Palace. The crescent moon burst out of the clouds, illuminating the entire city with clear light. Right when the two streaks of light were about to tear through the air, a ghostly figure suddenly rose up, rapidly spreading across the ruins of the city. Fu Qingjin suddenly looked back, only to see a huge ghost claw swinging down viciously. He was unable to dodge it. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder. The ground shook violently and countless ruins collapsed. A mountainous ghost stood in the ruins, slamming its hand against the ground. It happened to be the void-bellied Ghost King. The carriage stopped quietly beneath the huge ghost's feet, and the Dark Queen disembarked. The green ruins and violet clouds. "I never thought there would be two big fish." The void-bellied Ghost King's fingers shone with a mixture of azure and violet light. Fu Qingjin and Yu Zijin crossed their swords, forming an illusory domain. A purple building vaguely appeared on the green ruins. The azure was heavy, while the violet was faint. However, they managed to block the Dark Queen's fatal strike together. "Dark Queen, how can a great cultivator behave in such a despicable manner?" Fu Qingjin said. Not only was she bullying the weak, but she even used a sneak attack like this. Damned insect. The Dark Queen was filled with disgust. She could not be bothered with arguing. The void-bellied Ghost King pressed down with another huge hand, and the azure and violet illusion immediately approached shattering. "Do you really want to declare war against the Sword Collection Palace?" Fu Qingjin asked. "I just want to crush you to death," said the Dark Queen. "Your Highness, this probably won't assist us in dealing with the soaring Locust King." Ruexen also disembarked from the carriage. "Ruexen, I praised you earlier for being smart. Don't be stupid," Piao Tianxue said. Chapter 1046. The Dark Queen glanced at her indifferently, and Ruexen immediately felt a heavy sense of danger. The woman before her was extremely dangerous. Demonic cultivators never cared about reason. Some of them could even ignore the pros and cons, acting based on their moods. The Dark Queen clearly belonged to this group. Do as you please. Ru Xn returned to the carriage, but she silently crushed a jade talisman in her sleeve. The Dark Queen sensed something and squinted her eyes slightly. Then she turned around and looked at the void-bellied Ghost King's subordinates, Fu Qingjin and Yu Zijian. She was asking if she really wanted to declare war against the Sword Collection Palace. Exactly what she wanted was to declare war against the Sword Collection Palace. She was not like how she seemed, acting completely based on her moods. Instead, she had already predicted the outcome a long time ago. However, this was an even deeper form of fearlessness. Even if she had to stake the Umbral Insect's legacy, she wanted to fulfill what she had said and kill everyone from the Sword Collection Palace. Senior brother, I can't hold on much longer. You better find a way to escape. Yu Zijian's sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, just resisting the void-bellied Ghost King's aura had already drained all of her concentration. If she had not worked with Fu Qingjin, she would not have lasted even a second. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive very soon. Fu Qingjin tossed out a violet talisman with a wave of his hand. A resplendent streak of light pierced through the ghost claw and shot towards the Dark Queen. The ruins and ground along the way were sliced open gently like thin paper. Even the hazy moonlight and the hazy night wind were no exception. The strike was like the full-powered strike of a great sword cultivator. However, under the Dark Queen's indifferent gaze, the streak of light began to distort and dim before it had even approached 300 meters away, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. She continued to stroke the cat. She had sealed up the region a long time ago. If she still failed to kill 2 juniors, it would be a waste of her cultivation. Fu Qingjin frowned firmly. Violet talismans were extremely precious, equivalent to a single strike from a great cultivator, but against another great cultivator, its effects were extremely limited, not to mention that he had been ambushed. Was he really going to die here tonight? He was not afraid of death, but he wanted to protect the woman beside him. Senior brother, it's all right. Yu Zijian smiled with difficulty. The light in her eyes continued to flicker. Actually, I knew there were endless monsters in the world and I knew I would die to monsters sooner or later. I just never thought it would be so soon. You better go. Fu Qingjin pursed his lips and did not answer. He activated the purple talismans and transformed them into streaks of sword light, lightning and flames. However, he was unable to block the void-bellied Ghost King's gigantic palm. Yu Zijian looked at Fu Qingjin and opened her mouth, but she did not try to persuade him any further. Instead she smiled. Then let's just die together. However, I don't want my soul to end up in the hands of the Umbraline sect. I won't, Fu Qingjin said. In an instant, the faint purple pavilion collapsed, leaving behind only the green ruins illusion. The last purple talisman burned out. The Dark Queen said, humph, struggling at death's door. There are so many old friends tonight. An emotional voice suddenly rang out. In the beginning it was still beyond the clouds, but by the time it reached the last word, it had already arrived. Li Qingshan made his way over from between the ruins and stepped into the sealed region. He clasped his hands. I am Li Qingshan. Greetings, Your Highness. Her sunken face was filled with surprise. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a Buddhist disciple. Li Qingshan pushed his hand forward, and the mountainous void-bellied Ghost King was launched far away, smashing through countless structures. He turned around and arrived before Fu Qingjin and Yu Zijian. He smiled. Zijian, long time no see, and Kid Fu too. Fu Qingjin was stunned as well. When he first met Li Qingshan, he was only a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In just a few short decades he had actually gained such strength. It was truly unbelievable, and the power that belonged to the demon domain filled him with fear. On the other hand, Yu Zijian was not surprised at all, whether it was Li Qingshan's strength or the Demon King's abilities. She smiled. It really has been a long time. I heard you returned from the Mist Province. If you still hadn't come to the Sword Collection Palace, I would have gone to the Clear River Prefecture to look for you. The Dark Queen said furiously, Li Qingshan, do you really think you can stop me with these abilities? I'm not bold enough to clash with Her Highness the Dark Queen, but this is the territory of the Sword Collection Palace after all. I'd advise you to leave. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.